members of the public in the room and attending by remotely by Zoom or other means. So we're going to start the meeting with a call to order and Scott, if you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand if you are able. Flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Scott, you may proceed with the roll call of people in the room and attending remotely.
Thank you. Iyad Al-Masri. Kim Barrett.
Present.
Dan Bernal.
Present.
I see you, Dan.
Present. Can you hear me? Present.
Yep, we hear you.
Okay.
We hear you.
Okay. George Blumenthal.
Here.
Maria Bonneville.
Present.
John Carruthers.
Present.
Judy Chow. Leandra Clark Harvey.
Present.
Thank you. Deborah Dees. Anne-Marie Deliege. Isabel Daron.
Here.
Mark Fisher Colbury.
Here.
Thank you, Mark. Elena Flowers. Judy Gasson.
Here.
David Higgins.
Present.
Vito Imbasciani.
Present.
Rich Lahara.
Present.
Pat Levitt.
Present.
Paula Madanat.
Present.
Linda Malkus.
Present.
Shlomo Melmed.
Present.
Carolyn Meltzer.
Present.
Chris Miaskowski.
Present.
Adriana Padilla. Joe Panetta.
Here.
Joyce Sackey. Marv Southard.
Here.
Shauna Stark. Carol Watson.
Here.
Yael. Thank you. Yael White.
Here.
Kevin Zhu. Keith Yamamoto.
Here.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like next to update the board on recent activities related to the strategic initiative that's related to CIRM's long-term sustainability. Since our last meeting in March, I have continued to have conversations with thoughtful or well-positioned individuals regarding CIRM's mission, its remaining budget authority, and all available options for ensuring CIRM's longevity. The number of interviewees is now approaching 4 dozen. These options are wide-ranging and I think cover all possible scenarios. They include various forms of philanthropy, direct government support, partnerships between CIRM and industry or pharma, and the electoral route, which would involve a third ballot initiative. Each of these has positives and negatives to be said for them, and for some, the imbalance between how attractive the option is compared to how unattractive it is striking. We're all acutely cognizant of how the world of institutional scientific inquiry has been upended by changes and abrupt curtailments in federal funding programs, including direct funding for research, as well as the associated indirect costs. This has struck at both discovery level science, as well as clinical trials, longitudinal population studies, cancer programs, disease monitoring and reporting programs, and not to be overlooked, drug and vaccine safety studies. I mention all of this to say that the biotechnology world in general and the regenerative medicine field in particular is presently in a very unsettled state. And for these reasons, I think it would be prudent for me to continue the sustainability discussions with interested people on CIRM's options, and that given this unsettled landscape that we find ourselves in presently, it would be premature to settle now on one option and start to move forward in that direction, not knowing what next month, next week, or even tomorrow might bring. I've kept the governance subcommittee of the board and my board sustainability advisory group apprised of these conversations and will continue to report back to these groups and to you all on a regular basis. segueing to a different subject, recently a number of CIRM leaders participated in a very well-attended and successful gathering in Los Angeles. The UCLA Technology Development Group has taken innovation to the next level this year by merging two events, the UCLA MedTech Conference and the LA Bioscience Ecosystem Summit. That's an acronym for LA Best. Under the unified banner of LA Best Week, this strategic integration aimed to foster deeper collaboration across biotech, medtech, therapeutics, AI, and more, engaging key stakeholders in the Los Angeles ecosystem. This 2025 LA Best covered business topics for a couple of days and medical technology and devices and biosciences in the last 2 days. The main track of the biosciences section that is applicable to CIRM included a session on CAR T therapy applications for solid tumors and autoimmune conditions. The session was organized by our colleague, Judy Gasson, and Mark Wisniewski of the Biopharmaceuticals and UCLA Technology Group. Another of the organizers and the person who moderated this session is our very own capable alumna, Abla Creasy. High-level executives from Kite, Gilead, Allogene, A2 Therapeutics, and Professor Lily Yang of UCLA participated in this panel and collectively reflected real optimism for the application of CAR T therapy for solid tumors and for autoimmune conditions, along with highlighting some of the challenges and how best to overcome them. The session on artificial intelligence and its application to healthcare also drew a large audience who seemed very excited about the power and promise of this innovative technology. All in all, a very, very great conference. I forget what anniversary this one was. The 8th one, and by all records, the attendance increases asymptotically at every year. So I recommend it to all. So that constitutes the chair's report. I'm going to be followed by our vice chair, Maria Bonneville.
Thank you, Vito. In April, I went to Washington, D.C. to meet with members of the California congressional delegation. I met with 14 offices. Some were with the members directly, and some were the health policy aide or their chief of staff. The purpose of the visit was to educate members and their staff on CIRM, what we fund, how much we funded in California and specific to their district, an overview of our infrastructure programs and the value they bring to the field and to patients, and to highlight that CIRM has a good story to tell when they're back home in their district. All the offices were excited to hear about what we do and reassured that research funding in cell and gene therapy continues in California. They did have some general questions, including, do the federal funding cuts affect us directly, and what we were hearing from our awardees. Offices asked for CIRM stories and content to pass along to their constituents. This is an area of growth and opportunity for CIRM to get our message out to more Californians. I'll be working with the comms team to establish a consistent update mechanism specifically for this stakeholder group. Sacramento meetings with legislators are coming later this month. Any questions on that part?
Kim.
Yes, Kim.
Could you let us know which officers that you met with? Not necessarily now this minute, but
Sure, I will. I'll send the board a list of who we met with. As you will recall, the strategic allocation framework sets a goal of ensuring that every BLA-ready program has a strategy for access and affordability. And later in the meeting, you'll hear from Sean Patel and Joe Gold, who will report out on the progress towards that goal and the recommendations that came from the Access and Affordability Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Before we invite our president and CEO up to give his report, we're going to interject at this point. I'm going to use this time to introduce to all board members a new resource for them to access information on meetings of the board, on meetings of their subcommittees. on how to access materials related to upcoming agenda items in a very expeditious manner. We're calling this Boardable, and representing the Boardable company, I'd like to introduce Brian Hartz. Mr. Hartz is the Senior Customer Success Manager, and I think he's going to address you remotely. Mr. Hartz?
Yes, hi, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. That's a very distinguished introduction, and I really appreciate it. And I appreciate your time today. I will try not to take up too much of it. Yes, I'm Brian. I'm a senior customer success manager here at Boardable, yeah, I'm here to talk to you just a little bit about this new platform that CIRM has adopted to help you streamline operations, centralize your information and communication, so that you have to spend less time on the administrative details of operating as a successful board and more time on the important stuff that helps you advance your mission. I'm just going to take a few minutes here to walk you through what Boardable can do for you and how you can begin to get access and start using this. If we have time, then I can also take any questions you may have. So as I mentioned, Boardable is an online solution. It is totally cloud-based. You can access Boardable via the web or via your mobile device. We do have a mobile app, which I highly recommend that you download. Even if for no other reason than the ability to receive important notifications directly on your phone. You don't even have to be logged into email in order to keep up with what's going on with the CIRM board at any time using this. So it's a free download. You can get it at your favorite app store, be it Apple or Android. And of course, the links will also be here in this deck that I will share after the meeting. But no matter where you access Boardable, we literally try to meet you where you are. You will be able to find the resources that you need to have effective meetings, to review documentation, and to communicate with one another. The way to get started, if you have not already, you should soon be receiving an invitation to join Boardable via email. There will be a button in this email that all you have to do is click to accept your invitation to Boardable, where there will be an account waiting for you, and all you have to do is supply a password, and you are good to go. Thereafter, we do recommend that you bookmark our login page, so that you can get quick access to Boardable, via the credentials you'll be able to set up here momentarily. So once you're in there, this is where we ditch the slides, and I'll go show you live on Boardable a little bit about what the experience is like. When you're in Boardable, you'll arrive at your home page, which is your home base of operations. Anything that's current and relevant to you should appear here, including upcoming meetings that you are invited to, where you can find all the information, for that meeting. You can also immediately jump to any discussions, tasks, or polls that you are included in. And so, again, like I said, if it's current and you are directly involved with it, you should be able to access it via the home screen here. As you get set up, you can find your user settings up here in the upper right. You'll want to update your profile, including your profile picture. You can also adjust your own settings for Boardable, including setting your own time zone, and the language that you'd like to use to engage with Boardable. We do have a few to choose from, as well as expressing your preferences as to how often you'd like to get email notifications about important events in Boardable, and if you want anybody else or an additional email address to get those notifications as well. You can also state your preferences as to how soon before an upcoming task or meeting you'd like to get a reminder about these things from Boardable. This is also where, of course, you can adjust your login credentials accordingly. I'm going to take a quick moment to review some of the key tools that you're going to find yourself using in Boardable. The documents section is where you can access and examine any relevant documents that you may need to, anything from your bylaws to past meeting minutes to maybe financial documents you need to review together. You can find it here in the documents section. When I open up a document in Boardable, um, I'm able both to review it, I could download it or print it from here. I can also add my own notes to documents directly in Boardable here, either in public or private form, whether I want others to see notes and comments, or I'm just taking my own private notes on a document here. You may also sometimes be called upon to sign a document in Boardable, just like in Adobe or DocuSign. You can provide your signature directly on any document here in Boardable, which will then be saved back so we have a record of it. Meetings will be the core of your experience in Boardable. It's designed to put all the information you need to have a successful meeting right in one place. So when I open up a meeting here in Boardable, I'm able to review the information about the meeting all on one screen here. I can join it via video conferencing with one button. I can RSVP. Additionally, I can review the agenda, including any documents that may be attached to the agenda, directly from this screen. So we can all be on the same page. When we're ready, jump right back to the agenda. If you prefer to access materials in a single board packet, you have the ability to download and view that, directly from Boardable. That just takes your agenda and all the documents and assembles them into a single document that you can then view online or download or print as you please. We provide you multiple ways to engage with the content for your meeting, depending on what's most convenient to you. Groups in Boardable are a way to organize, information into specific groups to provide a private workspace for subgroups such as executive committee. I think I heard you mention a governance committee, etc. Each of these has its own meetings, documents, other communication tools that you can use just to do business within certain subgroups, committees, etc. That isn't necessarily exposed to the entire board. We also have communication features, including discussions that can take place of some of the other places that you use to communicate between meetings: email, phone, text, places where information can easily get lost. Discussions is designed to centralize information so that you're all contributing back to a conversation in the same place, and everybody knows where to find the information for this. Whenever you respond to a discussion in Boardable, people will get notifications either via email, in which case you can respond directly to that email, and it will go right back here. Or if you have the mobile app, you can get a push notification, tap right in, so you can respond there. Discussions offer an organized way to continue communications about important topics. Polls as well. Offer you a way to gather consensus on important questions, whether in or out of a meeting. So if you need to make, say, an important decision between meetings, such as, do you approve the minutes from the last meeting? You might want to take care of that between meetings to save time as you conduct your next one. So, this can be provided to you so you can vote asynchronously and gather a consensus and move right on. So I can supply my answer and share it with the rest of my members here. Additionally, tasks are just a quick way in Boardable to keep people accountable for what they say they're going to do. Maybe somebody, maybe you want to, make sure people are reviewing materials before the meeting. Maybe you want to make sure somebody submits a necessary report so that can be included in the agenda. These things can all be assigned pretty quickly and conveniently as a task. All the attendees for our upcoming meeting have been assigned to review the materials. I could mark this complete when I've done it myself. I can add a comment to ask a question, and I can also see which of my colleagues has also completed this. So we have a little bit of peer pressure to make sure we keep each other accountable. Finally, the people section in Boardable can serve as your board roster directory to make sure you can keep in touch with fellow board members. You can find any contact information they have chosen to share there, as well as some information on things like committee memberships, etc. Uh, as you get started, you may need some additional support or have additional questions. I encourage you to use our support resources. We have our help center, which is our full knowledge base. It has articles, videos, troubleshooting guides, anything you might want, to learn a little bit more about how to work in Boardable. Also, our support team is at your service. They are available. These are actual human beings staffing our support chat, and they're available between the hours of 9 a.m. and 10 p.m. Eastern on every weekday. So that if you need immediate technical assistance, you can reach out to them, and they will usually respond promptly. So, I wanted to just take a moment to give you this quick little whirlwind tour of Boardable. I hope if you've had a chance to get going already, you're already finding some value in it. And, I'm happy to take any questions you may have at the moment as you get going.
Thank you, Brian. Any board members have questions for him while he's online? Probably have more after you watch the videos and things. Yes, right.
Certainly.
Expect some calls in the future.
All right. We will be standing by. Anything else I can help you with today?
Okay.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Been a privilege to talk to you, and good luck with the rest of your meeting.
Vito, sorry,
Sir.
this is Scott.
Yes.
Just before we close on this item, shout out goes to the board governance team of Claudette Mondoc, Lana Morales for really shepherding, looking for a new platform that you would find useful and efficient. And one of the great attributes of looking at a lot of different platforms that the team found about Boardable was its ease of interface and its logical interface as well. It seems vastly more intuitive, so we hope that will help you as well. The ease of communication, as you heard both from the board governance team and among members, again, is a great attribute of the platform, and also linking you to the resources that are pertinent to your work on the board, be it a subcommittee or a working group. You'll find sources for those meetings and such much easier to link towards and find, in addition to having a mobile app, which you'll find vastly more convenient than having to be locked down to your laptop. One note about the ease of communication, as I know you're all aware, but just to remind for everyone at home, that as a public body, Bagley-Keene and other rules govern how conversations on substantive issues before the board and subcommittees occur. And those are supposed to occur during duly noticed public meetings. So while it is a wonderful platform for checking in, getting logistical information, passing along some general questions, that sort, engaging in substantive conversations about a matter that comes before your subcommittee or the board, that will take place during a duly noticed meeting. So we'll be keeping in touch with you, and obviously looking at the respective pages in the app. So we'll help clarify any questions you have around that. Thank you, Vito.
Yeah, thank you, Scott, for the additional information, the admonition, and I want to echo the congratulations and thank yous to the board support team, to Claudette especially, for the hours of extra work on nights and weekends to put this together. Thank you, Claudette. Okay, our president and CEO, I'd like to invite Jonathan Thomas to the podium to give his report.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the board and public, I want to begin today's President's Report by giving you the great news that we now have a new Senior Director for Communications, whom a number of you met at last night's board dinner. She is Amy Adams. Amy, can you wave out there? With a background in genetics and journalism, Most immediately, Amy comes to us from Stanford, where she had many roles, including working as a science writer at the School of Medicine, overseeing science communication for the entire university, and helping to launch major and new initiatives, including the new School of Sustainability, where she was Associate Dean of Communications. Her years of strategic communication management experience will be directly applicable to the new strategic direction we have planned for CIRM communications going forward. On a personal note, I'm delighted to be welcoming her back to CIRM, where she worked with a number of us old-timers from 2008 to 2013, overseeing the annual report and starting, among other things, CIRM's video and social media channels and our blog. For those keeping score, she is the 6th returning alum, joining Rosa, Scott, Uta Gresheimer, Denise Dangel, and myself. We'll be hearing more directly from Amy as part of the communications report later in the agenda. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Esteban Cortez for his dual role the past few months of interim senior director and director of marketing and communications. Esteban did a terrific job filling in as the senior director while we conducted our search, making sure our needs were met at that level while leading our able comms team of Christina Smith and Katie Sharifi at the same time. Esteban, we appreciate all that you and the team have done and anxiously await the next chapter with Amy on board as our new senior director. A round of applause for Esteban. You'll be hearing from him later as well. One of the rewarding experiences a number of us have at CIRM is to represent the agency at conferences and symposia. We are generally invited for our preeminent role in enabling cell and gene therapy research and use these events to both share our story as major networking opportunities with KOLs in the field and industry. Many times we are invited to speak on panels on behalf of CIRM. Other times we attend to hear our colleagues in the industry speak on the issues of the day. The last couple months, I was asked to speak on panels at two notable conferences, the Stanford Drug Development Symposium, or SDDS, in April, and the Bio International Conference last week in Boston, the annual gathering of the biotech industry. My intent with each was to be crystal clear that in the wake of funding cuts at the federal level and difficulties raising money in the capital markets, more on that below, CIRM is open for business as the preeminent funder of cutting-edge research in the cell and gene therapy space. Every year, the SDDS brings together leaders of industry, including multiple CEOs and heads of R&D from big pharma, life science venture capitalists, Nobel laureates, and leaders from academia. Several themes permeated this year's conference. First, there was unanimous agreement that this continues to be a time of extraordinary advances in medical science, giving great cause for hope that groundbreaking therapies and cures could be just around the corner. On the other hand, there was great uncertainty about the new research funding and regulatory environment with the changing of the guard at HHS, NIH, and the FDA. Speakers on this point were generally concerned, but we're in wait and see mode to see how things ultimately play out. Third, the fundraising environment for the industry continues to worsen. Biotech indices are off 20 to 30% or more from their highs. 75% plus of the IPOs issued in the past 3.5 years are trading below the original sale price, indicating a significant retrenching amongst retail investors. Many of the public companies are trading at numbers below cash on hand. Perhaps most importantly, since companies are having so much trouble raising money, venture funds that would normally invest in new companies are holding on to their cash to fund their portfolio companies that can't access the capital markets for one reason or another. As a result, very few new companies are seeing VC interest and won't for quite some time. In a word, the fundraising picture is bleak. In the midst of those discussions, I was on a panel moderated by the West Coast Stat reporter that featured the new CEO of the Parker Institute and a senior executive from Chan Zuckerberg. The panel was entitled Foundation, Funding, and Regulatory Perspectives. While the panel got into a number of the same themes, it gave me a good opportunity to say that CIRM was actively funding grants across the research spectrum as always, and that we were about to go to the board with the largest combined budget in CIRM's 21-year history. I summarized changes with the SAF and invited those attending to follow our website for funding announcements. After the panel, I had many people approach wanting to hear more and thanking CIRM for all we do. The bio conference was dominated by industry speakers, including corporate executives, heads of R&D, and business development officers. While all of the themes from the SDDS surfaced at one point or another, there were a wide range of other topics discussed, including partnering and collaboration, AI and drug development, advances in disease-specific research, CMC issues, cybersecurity, IP, and more. Another growing concern was raised at various times, that being how proposed tariffs, taxes, and most favored nation drug pricing will weigh on the industry. Again, it's largely wait and see at this point. My panel was entitled Coming to America, the Role of State Governments in Supporting Life Sciences Companies for the U.S. Market Entry and Expansion. Joining me were senior executives from CPRIT, the Cancer Prevention and Research Institute of Texas, and the states of Massachusetts and North Carolina. For those not familiar with CPRIT, they are a state agency in Texas modeled after CIRM. In 2007 and again in 2019, they passed a state ballot initiative for $3 billion in state bond funding to fund cancer research. They are the only state to successfully adopt CIRM's model since Prop 71 was passed in California in 2004. At the conference, they announced that they are coming to the ballot in November yet again with a $3 billion bond measure to fund dementia research. If passed, there will be a new institute called DPRIT, D for dementia, which will be a first of its kind. At the panel, I had the opportunity to tell CIRM's story and to invite all cell and gene therapy companies considering moving to the US, or for that matter, those contemplating moving from their current states, to come to California for the opportunity to apply for funding and to be a part of our unparalleled biotech ecosystem. That generated considerable discussion with a number of people after the panel, a clear reflection, again, of CIRM's unique importance in the cell and gene therapy space. On the collaboration theme, and separate and distinct from the conference discussion, we've had a number of prominent organizations come meet with us recently looking for ways to work together to advance various areas of research. These potential collaborations have ranged from the specific to the more general, including first, Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, who came to us through Mark Fisher Colbury to talk about type 1 diabetes. Second, the Gates Foundation, who approached us to discuss potential collaborations on HIV and sickle cell disease. And third, the Novo Nordisk Foundation, who has launched an initiative called the Accelerator in Denmark to close the gap between successful stem cell research in the lab and effective cell therapy treatments for patients worldwide. Each of these meetings was productive and illustrated how we and others can benefit from sharing ideas and, when possible through a California nexus, potential programming. At this point, I'd like to return to the conference theme and introduce our Senior Director of Clinical Development, Joe Gold, to give you a very interesting update on an important conference that took place a few weeks ago in New Orleans, the annual meeting of the American Society of Cell and Gene Therapy, or ASCGT. That meeting featured reporting on a number of major developments in the field that Joe would like to summarize for the board. Joe?
Good morning. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to summarize some of the ASGCT meeting last month, which is an enormous meeting, and I could not possibly do it justice in the few minutes I'm going to have. But there was one major piece of news that came out, which I think represents both a biomedical triumph, but also a potential inflection point for what we're doing here. And it, of course, involves the world's most cute baby here, baby KJ. And to recap, for those of you who may not remember the details, KJ was born with a rare liver defect, a defect in a gene called CPS1. And this is about 1 in 1.3 million births. And the consequences of this mutation are quite profound. These babies can't digest protein because ammonia builds up in their bloodstreams at toxic levels. And in the absence of a liver transplant, the mortality rate is about 50% during the first year of life. And there's also this risk of severe neurological damage. But luckily, KJ was born at Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, where his medical team included Kiran Musunuru and Rebecca Ahrens-Nicholas. And they mobilized a team that included Fyodor Urnov of the Innovative Genomics Institute, as well as their colleagues at the Danaher Group. And together they pulled off something completely astonishing, because in 7 months, the 7 months after KJ's birth, they were able to have him fully sequenced, so they identified this mutation. They generated both cell and mouse models of his disease. They found a base editor, which is an enzyme which is capable of fixing the genetic defect, along with a specific molecule called a guide RNA, which directs that base editor to the exact spot in the genome that has to be repaired. They made several batches of this potential therapeutic, and they showed that it was safe in a variety of animal models, including primates. They went to FDA, presented their IND, and FDA turned this around in 1 week. They were then able to treat the baby by the end of the 7 months, and just to ensure that the treatment would work, they gave him a second dose within about 3 weeks. Now, it's very hard to know if this is a cure, because you can't really go in and sample his liver cells to see what percentage of the cells were actually corrected, but he is able to ingest protein now without ammonia buildup. So the odds are pretty good. This was a very profound intervention. And there are some big points here with some big implications. First of all, we saw that a therapy that would normally take years to develop, to test, to have evaluated by the FDA and get to patients was accomplished in just under 7 months. That's astonishing and points us in an important direction. Secondly, I mentioned that base editor had a second component, which was the guide RNA. This is important because theoretically you could use that exact same base editor enzyme, but just swap out the guide RNA and direct it to a different mutation you wanted to correct in the same cells. I'll come back to that in a minute. The third thing was that this therapy was delivered with a new technology called lipid nanoparticles, or LNPs. And these are essentially chemically synthesized bubbles that encapsulate the components, and they're infused into the patient. In this case, was passively taken up by his liver. And these last 2 points are important for a couple of reasons. One, because they point to the possibility that you could now do clinical trials where if you maintained the same LNP for delivery and the same base editor, and all you were swapping out was the guide RNA, you wouldn't have to do the same kind of safety studies on most of the components. You could only evaluate the specificity of that guide RNA, and you could do that in vitro. That's an enormous savings in terms of time and money. And the LNP is also important here because unlike a lot of other methodologies which use, for example, AAV, which has certainly been in the news recently, and people have legitimate concerns that we're trying to suss out, these LNPs don't trigger the same sort of immune response in patients, so they're probably safer. And they don't trigger an immune response in the sense that with multiple doses of a viral therapy, you run the risk that after the first dose, the patient is sensitized. You've essentially immunized them against this virus, and the second doses or subsequent doses won't be effective. LNPs don't appear to do that, so that allows them to redose. And this has some pretty profound applications also. And although this LNP was used because it was passively taken up by the liver, we're finding now that there are a variety of ways you can redesign these LNPs to give them a lot more specificity. So they'd have a preference for different organs or cells. And this is beginning to have some real world impact. For example, many of you have heard of CAR T cells, which are engineered cells which are used for either fighting cancer or autoimmune diseases. And right now, they're typically made by isolating a patient's T cells, shipping them to a specialized facility, modifying them ex vivo with a virus, expanding them, shipping them back to the facility, and infusing them into the patient. And this is a long, complicated, slow, and expensive process. And sometimes patients' diseases will advance to the point where they can't be treated by the time the therapy is ready. There is a company right now that is testing a version of this therapy where all you do is you infuse a patient with LNPs, including the appropriate modifying constructs here, which is a one-day treatment. And it could be done as an outpatient treatment. And think about the costs and time saving. Again, it's extraordinary. And at ASGCT, there were a number of groups reporting that they had made lipid nanoparticles that were very effective at directing these kind of therapies to bone marrow stem cells with very high rates of efficiency. And this really opens up some possibilities. For example, right now, the genetic cures we have for sickle cell disease are done in a way which is quite analogous to the CAR T method, except first you have to isolate bone marrow stem cells from these patients. And that's not a simple process. That's slow and painful. Again, shipped to a facility, modified, sent back. Now there's the possibility of doing that, again, one day with an in vivo infusion of these LNPs as an outpatient treatment. That's astonishing. And it's not just sickle cell this would impact. We have a variety of rare diseases in our portfolio, which right now are done by the same way that sickle cell is being treated. And these include things like ADA SCID and ART SCID and Fanconi's anemia and MSP1 and Tay-Sachs, lots and lots of rare diseases. Again, slow, painful, difficult to pull off. You could theoretically treat any of these diseases with a very similar approach, which would greatly enhance the accessibility and affordability of these therapies to California patients in need. That's very exciting. Ultimately, though, the real breakthroughs are going to come from a combination of the innovative science, which is now here, an enlightened regulatory environment, which we're working on, and the willingness of payers to reimburse for these therapies that haven't gone through the same initial one-size-fits-all regulatory process. So we have the science part in place. Now we really have to work on the two other parts. And I think the implications will be profound for all of us. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
I said I may have missed it. The baby that was treated, how old is he now? And what period did they do the follow-up to ensure that he continues to be able to digest some protein?
You know, I don't know exactly how old he is now. He's certainly under 2. And my knowledge, what they've reported is that the therapy seems to be holding up. And there are backup therapies here. You could give them repeated doses of enzymes and other drugs, and they haven't really needed to do that so far. So again, very positive sign.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Really, really exciting. But I'm curious, did they estimate the cost?
That's a really good point, because this was a consortium of organizations that were willing to sort of disregard the cost. It probably would have cost millions of dollars to do this normally. However, once this has been done the first time and the technologies are developed, then it's more a question of getting the right LNP or getting the right guide RNA, and costs should go down, certainly, but it's not going to be cheap, that's for sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes our president's report, unless there are any other questions from members of the board on any of the subject matters covered or anything else anybody would like to raise.
Keith?
Yes.
Thanks, JT. Yeah, your comments about the awareness and sympathy for CIRM's effort amongst industry and scientific groups reminds me of a question I should have asked Maria. So I'm going to use your time, question time.
Feel free to ask her.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Okay. So the question is really 2 questions. Is as you go in and talk to the California legislative team, what's your sense of the awareness they have of CIRM and what CIRM does, and any feelings that you were able to get from them about the notion of CIRM's activities in the context of what's happening at the federal level in terms of funding?
There was very little awareness of CIRM. There were a couple of offices that knew of us from work with actually former board members in their districts. So that was reassuring. But there wasn't a great awareness of who we are and what we're doing. Insofar as funding, they would ask questions of if anything at the federal level was affecting how we were able to fund. So I sort of walked them through our, just some of the activities that we've been involved with to update our RFAs so that it allows the research community in California to continue to apply for our funding. Insofar, I think the enormity of the ballot initiative, again, since they have very little understanding of CIRM, they were excited to hear that we will have spent, $8.5 billion in California for cell and gene therapy. And I think that I think we have a lot of work to do with Congress in order to have them understand how important we are to the state of California.
I would like just to follow that by saying that in the recruiting for a new senior director of communications, this was one of the principal topics of concern and challenge. And Amy is fully up to the task, and you feel free to discuss that with her, because that's obviously a very, very important question.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that is very important. So that's terrific.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kim Barrett has a question.
Yeah, actually, I hate to pile on to Keith's tactic here, but this is also for Maria. Sorry, JC.
It's fine with me.
This is really to expand on my request for the names of the officers that you met with, because we individually would have relationships with some of our delegations. So if we can use those to amplify the message, I would like to do that.
Absolutely. And last night at dinner, I was mentioning that I really would like to organize several of the board members to be able to either go to DC when I go and be part of office outreach. We just are able to get more people to talk to more people because there was only one of me, and that was hard. And then and definitely in Sacramento. And when we plan the Sacramento office visits, I will definitely let everyone know, especially if it's someone in your district.
Okay. JT, I want to thank you and Joe Gold for a really brilliant presentation. Thank you so much. So we're going to segue now to the consent part of the agenda. There are two items, number 6 and 7. 6 is a consideration of minutes from the 3 previous meetings, the March 27th meeting of this board and the ARS subcommittee, and the ARS meetings of April 24th and May 29th. And I hope you've had an occasion to look at the item number 7. There are 24 nominations for appointments to the grants working groups. If you take a look at the biographies of these extraordinarily talented individuals from all parts of the country and from outside the United States, and there are 6 names on the reappointment list. This constitutes the consent agenda. Are there any extractions for discussion? If not, we will proceed to consider them as a whole, and I would like a motion to accept. Okay, George, and I'll accept Keith as a second. Okay. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Sir, Pat. Yes.
One brief comment. When there's a nomination process, when that material is provided, it'd be really helpful to include a link so that we can see the nominees in the context of the entire roster. It'd be really, really helpful. And I think I mentioned that to have so that we can see we have 24 plus 6 and add no context for how does that fit into, and there was an agenda in terms of who was being nominated to fill gaps. So if that information is included very briefly when we go through this again, that would be really helpful. Okay.
Yep. Thanks. That's an excellent suggestion, Pat. Thank you. Any comment from the public on the consent agenda?
No.
No. If not, Scott, would you please call the roll?
Okay, we'll do a voice vote in the room and then I'll poll the members on Zoom. All those in the room in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? And for the members on Zoom, Dan Bernal.
Aye.
Judy Chow, Leandra Clark-Harvey,
Yes.
Anne Marie Deliege, Mark Fisher Colbury.
Yes.
Thank you, Mark. David Higgins,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Hala Madanat,
Yes.
Shlomo Melmed,
Yes.
Carolyn Meltzer,
Yes.
Marv Southard,
Yes.
Carol Watson.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. And the motion carries.
Thank you very much. So moving now on to the rest of the agenda. We're going to take up item number 13 next, which is a discussion of CIRM's portfolio as part of the strategic allocation framework implementation. Our Chief Science Officer, Dr. Kenneth Aviles, is going to provide us with the first of our portfolio analyses presentation. Rosa, are you ready?
I am ready. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the board, my CIRM colleagues, and the citizens of California. Today, what I'm going to be providing is an overview of, where is oh, it's right here. I had a few introductory notes, so I wanted to make sure I don't forget them. So one of the things that we are coming up with today is the SAF framework is not a static model, it's actually an adaptable model that's informed by portfolio analysis, and the board has been requesting for quite a long time an overview of that portfolio. And today we are going to have a glimpse of that. But before I get started, I would like to thank, we have two names here that are very important, Dr. Sarah Taylor and Dr. Liz Noblin, who are both over there in the room, who have been collaborating, coordinating this portfolio analysis assessments and progressions, but also I want to thank a lot of the CIRM team, many of the science officers, but in particular, I would like to thank Dr. Shyam Patel and Dr. Kelly Shepard from Discovery Preclinical Development, Dongjin Lee, Lisa McKinley, and then from our colleagues in grants management, also Alexandra Campe, Ryan Wells, and Ioni, who have been very helpful as well in providing the data and doing this analysis. When we come next January, there's going to be even more people, but I just want to say this is a labor of love and collaboration, and it's important to acknowledge all the hard work that people do. And before I get started, for some guidance in the conversation, I would like to ask Scott, where is it? Oh, sorry, Scott. Oh my God.
I didn't move.
I know.
Sure. Thanks, Rosa. As you'll see from the portfolio presentation that Rosa will give, it's a very high-level discussion with some sort of anonymized examples to illustrate a point. I encourage you to ask whatever questions you have of Rosa. However, to the extent that they implicate confidential research data or identities of that nature deep into the project, perfectly fine to ask the question. What we'll do is we'll gather those, table them, and then at the end of Rosa's presentation, we'll adjourn to closed session to hear the answers and discuss those details. So again, feel free to ask whatever you like. And if it's of a general nature, we'll proceed with the conversation here in open session. But your answer may entail having to go into closed session at the end of her presentation. So just wanted to throw that out.
Scott, just, I guess, a process question, because it strikes me that when we say we go into closed session to answer some of these private or, not public questions, I wonder what our listening public thinks. Why do they not share these things with me? Can you explain why we need to go into closed sessions and discuss some of these issues so that the public understands that we're not trying to hide anything from them. I
Sure.
just think it's really critical.
Absolutely. So the proposition in the Health and Safety Code provides that certain discussions of intellectual property or things of a confidential nature, data results, specifics around research, which can be proprietary or confidential, given the sort of the nature of the business, where a competitor might gain an unfair advantage, say, for instance, if it was held in public, or there might be reputational issues if certain aspects of the research were identified. Or if there was speculation, for instance, discussions around likelihood of success or failure, or opinions of the science team, that sort of thing, that those discussions should be in a closed session in order to preserve the confidentiality of that. And so the proposition provides for that to happen, and we're following the Health and Safety Code in doing so.
Thank you, Scott. So with that in mind, again, not static model, adaptable portfolio. That's what we've structured in today's presentation. So the first thing we are going to do is I'll provide a little bit of context of why we are doing this in the context of the strategic allocation framework. And then there's going to be a portfolio audit review to better understand how we are doing with the current investments. This is just a glimpse. It's not overall portfolio audit. We will have this in January of next year. And then the portfolio progression. So a lot of what we are going to talk today is the process, how we are doing this, what has changed, and some of the initial results. So as we all know, the strategic allocation framework responds to changes in the field. There are scientific and policy changes that we are implemented. Also through Prop 14, we have 3 mandates. There is the CNS earmarking. There is also the accessibility and affordability mandate, and the fact that we are now also funding genetic research and gene therapies. And for that, we established the quantifiable impact goals. And the initial projection to reach those goals was a 6 to 10 year timeline. And with that, we have actually made projections within each program for what could be allocated to reach those goals in the context of the programs. So that is an adaptive model that focuses our resources on reaching those impact goals and is supported by what we will talk about today, the annual portfolio analysis and the preference setting. This next slide brings us to how this SAF adaptive model will be implemented operationally. Every year, we will perform an analysis of CIRM's internal portfolio alongside with the external landscape that will provide, like the innovation and opportunities, as well as, whether there is a new standard of care for a therapy that we don't need to develop anymore. This will be informing our adaptive preference setting by the board. With your approval, we will then reflect that on updated or new concepts that we will also be bringing to the board. And this cycle ensures that every dollar that we invest is aligned with where we are today and where we need to go to meet our impact goals. And that's the design. The presentation is a little bit repetitive in different ways, and it's because it's an important concept, and I want to make sure that if there are questions, so this thing is going to come back a little bit in different slides. So this slide is probably very familiar to all of us, but I wanted to include it here as a brief refresher. The 6 impact goals are the backbone of our strategic allocation framework and where we are going as an organization for the citizens of California. And they represent what we ultimately want to achieve as an agency. The portfolio assessment we are discussing today is part of how we will operationalize these goals. And it's through this adaptive process that we will reach them. And the portfolio analysis is focused on the first 5 goals. The last one is the diverse workforce development, which usually comes in a separate type of presentation focused on education and workforce development programs. Now, this presentation is the first of a series of reports to the board about the portfolio as it relates to these impact goals. And we are taking a multifaceted approach that's composed of 3 parts. One is the portfolio analysis, which will report on internal trends and progressions, and as well as information related and learnings from our audits. The second one is the landscape analysis. As I was mentioning, what are the trends externally? What are the innovations? Do we need to shift our gears because of that external landscape? How is influencing? And the last one is the audit review, the award management and structured learnings that we will learn. And collectively, these components will are informing our new opportunities under this strategic allocation framework and form a feedback loop to help us evaluate the success of our existing funding opportunities, as well as adapt to the need to achieve our goals. And I forgot the adaptive, the SAF impact goals. There you go. Now, today is a one-off presentation, and part of the reason for that is the board has been very interested, and it's about time that we present some of these learnings, right? And some of those results. So we thought we could use the opportunity today to provide some of the learnings, but also the process and overview of how we are doing that. And then in January, we are going to come, probably it's not going to be me, it's actually going to be the team in a collaborative manner in a very long presentation. Today is probably, I don't know, 40 minutes, but in January, we will have results of portfolio analysis from all programs in R&D, as well as the infrastructure. And then we will also have audit results, comprehensive audit result, and then external landscape and progression. So that's going to be a long presentation that we will be coming every January in advance of new concepts or amended concepts that could be coming to the board in March, usually. So let's get on with the first part, which is the portfolio audit and review. And I have a joke at the end. So yeah. Yes. And if you get bored, just let me know and I'll do the joke in that moment. Yeah. Because it's a lot of information. So the new audit process builds on long-standing award management practices, which have included ad hoc audits, routine progress reporting. This is the bread and butter of our grants management colleagues and our science officers, and ongoing compliance monitoring conducted jointly by the grants management and the science office. And this is conducted on an award-by-award basis, and it's the foundational practice that remain core to our oversight. Now, we are adding now, through the audit process, a venue and a structure to collate the learnings from ongoing award management. And this takes the form of recurrent and structured meetings to review award management findings, as well as a framework to incorporate these learnings into progress and processes. And I'm going to talk about what do we do at the individual level of awards, and then what do we do at the program level. That's in this next slide. So this represents a little bit of a cultural shift. And this slide summarizes how we are using the portfolio audit process as a strategic tool, not just for oversight, but to actively advance our goals and promote success and build a more integrated, responsive organization. At the individual level, The audits help us respond quickly to delays or compliance issues, support promising programs in reaching key milestones, and ensure that we have shared visibility into delays and misalignment and funding risk. And when I say shared visibility, that means that we are doing it all collaboratively. It's all the programs, discovery, preclinical, clinical infrastructure, the folks that work in accessibility, affordability, as well as our grants management colleagues, and sometimes even our review colleagues. Now, at the program and portfolio level, it informs impactful program development as the field and portfolio mature, and it ensures that we make the right resource allocation aligning with that impact and progress, and promotes transparency, accountability, and cross-functional learning across our programs, right? So this is a very collaborative process that we all do, and it's something new that's a philosophical cultural change within the organization. Now, this slide shows what are the active portfolio and current funding opportunities. There are lots. There are the old ones, and there are the ones that you just approved as concepts in March that we just launched, and we got the first pre-submissions. And on Monday, Joe is going to be very busy with the clinical applications, join the team. And the review team too. So we have, since March, we approved the updated DIS4, DIS5, PDEP, CLEAN2. The three, DIS4, PDEP, and CLEAN2 are already active. DIS5 is going to come soon. And then what we have still in our active portfolio, which is going to show in some of these programs in the audit, are the older programs like DIS0, DIS4, Remind-L, which was the first iteration of DIS4, DIS2, TRAN, CLEAN1, which are now consolidated into PDEP, and then CLEAN2. This slide shows where our active portfolio focus for the audit that I will show today is in the TRAN, CLEAN1, and CLEAN2. And why did we focus on those three programs? The reason that we began with CLEAN2, CLEAN1, and TRAN awards is because they represent the most mature and highest stakes projects of our portfolio. And the focus here is in ensuring accountability and alignment with CIRM's strategic goals, particularly where there is significant investment and regulatory complexity. For CLEAN2, we prioritize progression likelihood, say from phase 1 to phase 2, as well as the delays over 4 months from the award. And then for CLEAN1 and TRAN, the delay had to be between 4 and 6 months. Now, this slide shows the operational flow of this first phase of the audit. This is how we've been carrying the audit, and this slide came out of feedback from pre-calls with Science Subcommittee Neurotask Force members, where they were asking for some more details and transparency of how do we do this. Once an award is flagged, the first square, typically that's due to milestone delays or performance concerns or high financial and regulatory exposure. Then we initiate an audit review meeting. That meeting includes one of the science officer and the grants management officer that are assigned to that award, and other relevant team members. And the default approach is always collaboration with the awardee to resolve the issue. Now, if the issue persists, if we find a path, in many cases, this results in improved milestone management or course correction of the award, and there's no further escalation, and the award keeps going. Now, if the issue persists or resolution is not achieved, CIRM formally issues through the Grants Management Office notice of review. And this triggers a more strong oversight process with clear expectations and deadlines. Now, if those are resolved, then the award keeps going, and then we might have a prior approval request or something that changes, but the award will keep going. Now, if those issues are not resolved, and this is over a lot of discussions with the awardee, so there are this takes usually months, right? If 1 or 2 months can take, then a termination letter is sent. This process is grounded in fairness, transparency, and proportionality, and it allows us to test and refine a model that we aim to apply to other pillars as well. So this is the example of how we are doing it today, and we want to hear from the board, right? If there are any questions that are not clear or feedback. Now, this slide shows the quantitative outcomes from this initial phase of our portfolio audit and review that has covered the Clean 2, Clean 1, and TRAN active awards that were open between September 2024 and May of 2025. For the Clean 2, out of the 67 open awards, 32 of them were reviewed due to what we were talking about before, delay milestones or some regulatory financial issues. And these terminations highlight the different challenges. Of the 32 awards that were reviewed, 14 received a notice of review. So we went through, and of those, we solved most of them. There was a resolution, but there were 3 that ultimately were terminated, highlighting some different challenges, which is where we couldn't go into the details, but we are happy to discuss. And we have 3 examples for later that we will dig into a little bit further. In Clean 1, we had 31 awards. Of the total 31, we audited 29. And we sent 3 notices of review, and 1 of them was terminated. And therefore, TRAN, we started with 66. Of those 66, 13 were audited, reviewed. So there were less issues with milestones or delays, or as the stakes are higher, more potential issues happen. And 4 had notice of review, and only 1 was terminated. So as we continue to expand this audit structure, these high insights will shape how we engage with awardees, and we calibrate the milestones. And we have some learnings actually that have already been implemented into the way that we've done the new programs, and support risk mitigation earlier in the award lifecycle. So all of this is informing how we do program management and development of new programs. Now, I'm going to go through 3 examples. This is the first of the first 2 that demonstrate the value of the collaborative approach that our teams have taken, particularly the grants management team and the programs team. And that takes to support, they support a lot the awardees and keep awards on track wherever possible. So you will see that these first 2 ended up being on track, and we had some findings that actually had optimized those programs, right? The third one is an example of one that was terminated. So in this case, a TRAN 1 award was flagged during the review of its first operational milestone progress report. The issue wasn't tied to a formal delay, but rather it was a scope mismatch. And the awardee, in this case, was pursuing candidate optimization work that hadn't been included in the original structure. Instead of escalating to a notice of review, the team worked closely with the awardee to develop a prior approval request that revised the operational milestones and success criteria, aligning them with the evolving science. Importantly, we did this without changing the payment schedule or extending the timeline, and we maintained award discipline while enabling the scientific progress and success of the award. So this award is now back on track. The candidate finalized is optimized compared to the original, and it has only 1 month behind the original timeline. And the best thing here is that the new PDEP program led by Dr. Shyam Patel and his team, they have now a design that incorporates candidate optimization, because we learned at this stage it was necessary to include it. So these are a couple of learnings, right? The next one, the second example shows us how our team's sustained involvement, even after a notice of review is issued, can still help redirect and prevent cascading delays. So this was a clean one that had fallen approximately 8 months behind. And this was primarily due to a manufacturing delay. And at the time of the audit, the first 3 operational milestones were behind schedule, and that triggered a notice of review. Following that notice of review, the manufacturing issue was resolved within the stated timeframe, but additional delays surfaced related to CRO and QA/QC paperwork. This is common, but often underappreciated contributor to development slowdowns. And fortunately, this didn't block the subsequent project steps. But during this period, the science officer work closely with internal and external experts, including tapping into CIRM's manufacturing network to help the awardee course correct the project. And that engagement surfaced another potential delay. The manufacturing setback was likely to ripple into the animal studies timeline. So rather than wait into and further into a slippage, the team proactively worked with the awardee to initiate a prior approval request to holistically adjust the operating milestones and disbursements. And as a result, this collaborative and preventive effort prevented helped avoid additional delays and kept the program viable and aligned with the expectations. So this is an example of an NOR that by working on that, we found other issues and we helped the awardee and the project actually overcome something that if we hadn't had it, we would not have realized that that could come in the future. So it could have failed this project. So they help us steer the programs towards the right path. This last one is a case where we ended up terminating despite sustained effort and flexibility from our team. Termination was ultimately the most appropriate path forward here. So we started with a 42-month delay, which was mostly due to a slow enrollment and a required protocol amendment following changes to the standard of care. Issues that were further compounded by the impact of COVID-19 as well. So although the awardee did meet the original patient enrollment milestone, they proposed significant additional additions to the scope, including expanded correlative studies and increased personal costs and well after the work had been completed. So these additions were not submitted or approved through a prior approval request. And given the length of the delay and the lack of a credible path forward to clinical progression or regulatory advancement, the team issued a notice of review to address the compliance and ultimately proceed with a termination letter. At this point, the award is in the process of being closed out, pending receipt of a final clinical study report and other required documentation. And this case reflects the limits of the audit and review process. It's designed to support course correction wherever possible, but it also provides a clear and accountable framework for closure when a project no longer aligns with CIRM's goals. So, yes, Deborah, sorry, Dr. Diaz.
That's fine, yes. I really appreciate this process of review, and as presented here, we could say that we have opportunities to have interventions, and also when things are not able to be corrected, to terminate. My question relates to Plan 2, because when you showed that slide, I was concerned that of those grants that were reviewed, were audited, almost half were reviewed, needed to be reviewed.
Mm-hmm.
So is there a theme among these that is emerging? where we might be able to
Yes.
be more proactive to determine that something is happening that is off course with these in the CLEN 2? CLEN 2 was really significant based on that slide. The other question I have, when we terminate, as it relates to the funding, have these awardees utilized more money than they should have despite the delay? And are we losing money on those that are terminated? What percent of the money that was awarded may be able to be retrieved?
Yes, and this is a collaboration that I can also defer to my colleague with the second question with my colleague, Jen Lewis, that works in grants management. With the CLEAN 2, so traditionally we hadn't, as I mentioned at the beginning, it was more on a science officer case basis that they could raise an issue. And now we are doing a more collaborative organizational approach to this, and it's systematic, right? So we say, if you are over 4 months, right? What's happening here? This is a CLEAN 2, this is very high rates of spending, and maybe nothing is happening, right? In like half of them, 32, so it was half of them that we audited reviewed. So the other half, nothing had happened. But of the 32 that we looked at, 14 needed something to happen to kick their something. So the 3 that were terminated mostly were enrollment issues. So enrollment, many times, sometimes there's a new standard of care, and people or a better modality, a better approach. And when you have 30 months delay, in those 30 months, sometimes another therapy has provided a better option for patients. So that's one of the issues that we've been finding. But as we are developing our new programs, we are actually asking, right? What is the standard of care? What are the options? How are you going to make this? How are you going to be sure that you're going to be able to recruit for this population, right? How are you going to make this feasible? So those are questions that are being implemented very actively into our new program. So that's how we hope that this will not happen. We hope that we won't have this table again, showing half of them were looked at and we had to terminate some. There's always going to be some attrition, but we hope it won't be like that.
The process is very good.
Yeah. And the second question, yeah, the second question, the financing. So you want to answer?
No, I think it's just to remind the board is that these awards, the ones that are in this audit, are all contracted under operational milestones. So what that means is CIRM sets objective markers in the contract and then pays to get to that milestone and doesn't issue funds until that milestone is met. So if there's a delay and they're running out of funds, that's when their contingency funding that we're checking during application kick in. So we're gating our funds and our investment as those delays are happening, and then those returns come back to us. And sometimes if it's happening mid-cycle, there's even returns coming, that they're refunding back as well. So that's utilizing that system.
Yeah, and speaking about the delays, the next slide actually, because we learn out of all of this, that's part of what we wanna inform the board what we learned, right? So what are the main delay drivers, which I will go into, like standard of care, but also rare disease recruitment, manufacturing, subcontracting issues. So we'll go through that now, but also what have we done since we learned this? We are actively developing programs, right? So what have we done with that? Yes. Oh, sorry, Dr. Barrett.
Mine, I think there was a clarification here. So I just wanted, if you could maybe for 20 seconds, just clarify that the operational milestones are the triggers. Because I was trying to figure out how often is there feedback between the PI and back to CIRM. So it sounds like there is a process.
Oh, yeah.
Unclear. And then I had a slightly different question than Deborah, Dr. Dees. If someone is in the middle of a trial, let's say they enrolled 5 patients, but they're way behind, how much funding is still given to safely off-ramp those patients who are enrolled in the trial? I didn't know if there was a process for that.
We do have a process, like first and foremost is the safety, or like the proceeding of whoever has been enrolled already. So we are very mindful of that. What we might not do is enroll a new patient, right? If it's not going anywhere, but the ones that they will have the money because they've already been paid. Under the milestone, we pay ahead, right? So they have the money already. It's that they might have to return us some money, right? But they have the money to finish what they had started. Just want to make sure that we have a collaboration here with my colleague, Louis.
So thank you very much for this really important presentation. And I know you have more to present, but I just wanted to go on the record here in noting, mostly for the public, that this is such a thoughtful and effective process. And I really commend the team on that. It is a great balance between making sure that CIRM's goals are accomplished, but also giving PIs the opportunity to rescue projects that may have gone slightly off track.
Yes.
And in the current environment, that is so much in contrast to what the federal government is doing in terms of summarily terminating grants with, no notice whatsoever and very little recourse. And so the care that this process is being approached is really commendable.
Thank you, Dr. Barrett. Yes, we appreciate that. Doctor.
So, one of the factors for delays, there's another factor for delays, which are external contexts that drive changes in the ability, particularly for clinical studies, for individuals to even get to their appointment, delays in scheduling, things that are out of control of the investigator. How do you deal with that? You had COVID listed as one component, and some of that was because there were literally freezes. There was folks were not allowed to come for their visits. Now, for example, in Los Angeles, across the board, at least at our institution, there have been massive numbers of appointments that were not met in clinical trials for individuals being afraid actually to leave their homes. So that's one thing. There's context. The other is there a report that's done in the data in the progress report about missingness of data?
About what?
Missingness of data. So every study has data that are missed because they're not collected. They're not provided by the for whatever reason. There are a lot of reasons why you have missingness, and there's statistical ways of handling that. But I'm just wondering, there are instances where studies have very large amounts of missing data. I'm not talking about CIRM studies, but it becomes a real problem in terms of the meeting milestone things. Is that a component of what's evaluated now? It's at least on an annual basis. There are some agencies that ask for that data, like you have, here's the data you're collecting, give us a percentage of what's been collected in that particular variable.
So that could be in the context of the Clean 2 awards that you were asking. I think the type of data is in the context of the clinical protocol, right? And what are we getting, and in the context of the operational milestones. But I don't think, I don't know, Joe, do you want to complete answer? I don't think we have, that's not one of the delay drivers that we are missing data. In fact, the last thing that we asked for is the clinical study report as a summary, but we haven't had, I don't think that's one of the issues. And in fact, I'm going to go to the issues, but you were talking about, the first thing you were talking about, in the delay drivers, enrollment delays for clinical are one of them, for rare disease indications, for example, and changes to the standard of care and the clinical trial landscape also affect, as I was mentioning, right? But in this, we actually have issued now a patient support program. We are piloting, and that will be coming to the board with an overview of the results of the pilot and the challenges, the learnings, everything. But one of the things we are doing right now is like figuring out how are we going to leverage that patient support program that will help with enrollment and the screening and those patients that do not have the facility to reach those clinical trials. How are we going to leverage that in the context of all our Clean 2 awards, if we can do that, right? So that's something that we are actively, because it's about accessibility, right? And that's something that's prime to this organization. The second, Dr. Imbashani, he was pointing to Madam Vice Chair. I thought there was a question there. Subcontracting delays. And what we are talking about here are not subcontracting from CIRM, it's subcontracting to manufacturing sites, trial sites, tech transfer, other institutions. And that is a delay driver for both clinical and preclinical. Sometimes the team lacks experience in therapeutic development or lacks a commercial partner, and that's in both. And CMC issues are also a delay driver. And then for Clean 2, one of the drivers is a slow clinical study report submission. What are we doing with this information, right?
Rosa, I have a quick comment just to make.
Yes.
And it goes back to something Kim mentioned about this thoughtful review. This is something we've done over the course of time at CIRM. So it's not a new process, it's an updated process. And a lot of that comes from, we have new programs, we have new goals, how things will be reviewed will be changed, what we're looking for. And so this was a really great opportunity to enhance a very thoughtful process that had already been occurring for years. So we have regularly received money back to CIRM based on some of the audits that have been done in the past. So I just want to make sure everybody understood that this had been going on for a bit.
Yeah, no, and the slide that I put that said that it builds on long-standing, very thorough award management practices that have been a very close collaboration between our grants management and our programs. So it does build, it's not something completely new, right? Dr. Yamamoto.
Thanks, Rosa. This is great. Let me just start by echoing Kim's comment that this is a really outstanding process of management of projects that is very different from what we see at the federal level, not only in terms of the cuts that are being made, but really the fact that when an NIH award is made, there's no management the entire time. Progress reports don't really mean anything. And more importantly, the program doesn't step in to see how things are going and respond to those in real time to kind of keep a project moving. So this, I think, is really outstanding, and it would be good if people could really appreciate that. My question, or I guess two questions. One is that when you first showed us how many grants had come forward for attention in this process, there were no disc awards listed. No. Is that because there haven't been any, or you just didn't list the whole group?
No, the reason that we went with the first the first that we focused on these awards was focusing on the ones that are more complex and they have more financial exposure. So we started with those. That's just the start. We started with the preclinical and clinical because of the financial exposure and the stakes, higher stakes. However, we are planning to come to the board with the other pillars. So we will come with an audit of the discovery, the basic biology, the DIS2s, all of these will come in the January meeting, an overview of all those learnings.
And it's something that I thought might apply to DISC awards, but probably to others as well, is a specific process question. And that is that it's easy to imagine that new advances in technologies or a new discovery could open pathways for an investigator to pursue a given milestone that hadn't been apparent when the application was written. So now the investigators have an opportunity to take a new pathway that would be either more effective or faster or both, but it would cost more money. So now instead of looking at ways to cut back on the obligation of the program, the investigator or this discovery process of the active management says, if we actually put more money into this application, then the answers could be arrived at more quickly or more effectively, cleanly, with a higher resolution. Is this group empowered to actually increase the allocation to a given project with that opportunity?
No, that's a prerogative of the board that could require grants working group review, and I will defer to our legal general counsel or our board governance Scott, but this Scott, sorry. But what I'm trying to say is that the board allocates, and through the application review subcommittee and the approval by the board, we approve the fixed amount to that award. So any changes to that has to come back to the board. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah. Dr. Barrett, yeah, I tried to be too.
We're not getting to the joke fast enough.
I'll give it right after the audit part. I'll give the joke. Yes, because we need it. Yeah.
Just for again, for the record and anybody listening in, I want to stress that the fact that on rare occasion awards are terminated and the money returned is in no way a reflection of a failure of the review process. Because if that was never happening, I think that would say that we're not taking enough risks. And so I think it's really important to point that out, that this is not that the system is somehow flawed, that this is occasionally the outcome.
Yeah, thank you. Very good points. So let's just get to the middle of the presentation with how do this program and how do these learnings have now translated into program and process changes. So from in the context of review and preference criteria, now we emphasize a standard of care and competitive landscape in the review criteria. And we have an inclusion of therapies with potential to address barriers to access and affordability as the preference criteria. So as my colleagues, Dr. Patel and Dr. Gall will talk about later, we have the accessibility and affordability toolkit now, which is embedded into the applications for preclinical development, clinical, and that's something that we include now. In terms of CMC and commercialization, we are embedding more robust expectations now and support for commercialization planning, particularly again in PDEP and CLEAN2, including requiring stage-appropriate commercialization activities, which we will talk in the presentation that my colleagues will present later in terms of accessibility and affordability toolkit, more strategic use of external experts, and unlike the past cap and tap models that were static and awardee-driven, our new model is focused on empower science officers to engage advisors on CIRM's terms. And these experts will now be activated at CIRM's, we will decide basically, and they will be focused on a tactical guidance such as pre-IND planning, a CMC strategy, milestone adjudication, and access considerations, and all supported by a rigorous COI, conflict of interest process. The last thing, and then the manufacturing lead to report progress independent of PI is something that we are going to be working on, but it's not yet implemented. And then in terms of internal process updates, we are going to increase the size. We have increased the size of withheld final payment to encourage award closeout, right? Up until now, it was $50,000 and we've increased that. and regular audit review meetings to proactively monitor portfolio. So this is part of like a regular ongoing things for every program, and it's a collaborative meeting where we all come every time. So this slide tells us what the next step. So as Dr. Yamamoto was asking, we are going to expand the audit review scope to include all programs. That will be coming in January. And we are going to continue sharing and implementing learnings in our programs and sharing here at our annual portfolio reports every year. And now, for the moment of Zen, as John Oliver says, so the joke, don't get too many. I'm very, yeah. Oh, he wants to talk about the Dodgers.
Is this the one? Is this the one about the Dodgers having the best record in the National League?
No, it's about the stem cell that crossed the door, the street. Do you know why the stem cell crossed the street? Because of the incoming CAR-T. And that is, yeah, we made it. We made it yesterday while we, after the, that was, yeah, that's what that was going to that. So that was Sham, Joe, and Jen, and I, we came up with this joke for you, for the benefit. Exactly. Okay. See. Okay. So, David, oh, I didn't see David Jetson. Is that going to go on your report, David? Okay, good. So we're going to now go into the portfolio progressions. That is something that the board has been very interested as well. And again, this is going to be part of the main presentation every January. Today, for context, we are going to present identifying and reporting on progressions, just a subset of them, and we will explain why and which ones are they. And an example, we have about 3 examples of internal progressions based on this subset that we will talk about. And then in January, and we would like feedback about what we are counting as a progression, right? And then January, every year, we will be implementing, taking the feedback from today, and then we will bring the, you missed the joke, Joe, progression metrics and learnings as part of our annual portfolio report. So we wanted to start by putting progression metrics in the context of our evolving CIRM goals and priorities. We are working with a new set of impact goals set forward by this SAF, which reflect changes in the regenerative medicine field and our Proposition 14 mandates. And CIRM had different goals before the SAF, and earlier definitions and reporting of progression events were directed towards those goals, right? So we are now moving to a more descriptive progression definitions to measure our progress towards those goals. Again, as a reminder, the SAF includes the metrics for each stage of development, starting with target and biomarker identification, validation, then trial progression, finally achieving a BLA and development of key technologies. And these development goals highlight the need to clarify how do we track preclinical and clinical development progression in addition to other scientific advancements. So this is in the context of those 4 goals. So this is an updated progression definition, and it's an animated slide where we will go through the 3 different types and then what are we focusing on today. So to track SAF progress, we are proposing more granular definitions of what we were previously all considered progression events. The first is the development progression, when the same candidate is in the same indication, progresses to the next stage of development. So from a clean 1 to a clean 2, for example. The next one is the expansion example, when a candidate moves from one indication into a new indication. And the last is the generation candidate, when outcomes from when outcomes from an award covering one stage of development inform a change to the candidate through an award at an earlier stage of development. So our focus today is going to be on the first one, the progression metrics for the progression, the most simple one. So we are going to focus on that today. Again, our time frame for this analysis was CIRM 2.0 through the strategic allocation framework. So we initially considered the pre-SAF funding opportunities in our current portfolio that are shown here. As our new SAF programs launch, we will start including all these other programs. So what we included in is what's in colors. This chart shows the number of awards progressing along preclinical and clinical development from CIRM 2.0 programs. Again, this is just a specific set of progressions and does not include the full historic portfolio programs or external progressions. The majority of progressions were directly to the next stage of development, but there are a few cases where an awardee skipped a funding program. And we also see increases of progressions as we move through preclinical development. So out of the 102 closed these two awards, we had, for example, 16% of them progress to Tran 1. And we have, of the 31 Tran awards, 39% of them progress to a Clean 1, and 23 closed Clean 1s. Of those, 57% progress to Clean 2. So I'm going to go now I'm going to go through the 3 examples of progression. This is one of our STAR programs, the Neurona Therapeutics. This is a clear example of development progression, which is the focus that we are tracking today. Here we are looking at this company that is developing this therapeutic, NRTX 1001, which is an inhibitory interneuron cell therapy for drug-resistant unilateral mesial temporal lobe epilepsy. This candidate demonstrates a very clear and clean trajectory from our discovery programs. It started as an academic award at UCSF under Dr. Arnold Kriegstein and Dr. Rubinstein as well. And it has gone through translation and then clinical translation all through currently, actually, they just announced phase 3. So the journey began with basic research support through multiple basic awards that culminated into these 2 awards. The award then progressed into the preclinical stage with Tran 1, which supported IND-enabling studies. And the candidate then advanced to a Clean 2, which was first a phase 1/2A trial, which is currently underway. The preliminary clinical results have been very promising. The therapy has been very well tolerated with no reported adverse events. And patients have seen a median 92% reduction in disabling seizures. Again, this is drug-resistant epilepsy. And a phase 3 trial is now planned to begin enrollment in the second half of 2025. So this trajectory is actually textbook example of what we define as progressions under the SAF. It's the same candidate in the same indication advancing from one development stage to the next. It's also worth noting that Neurona has other awards that fall into our expansion and next generation category. So for example, we are supporting the same candidate in a new indication, which is expanding to not unilateral, but now both sides of the brain, bilateral epilepsy. And TRAN1 supports a next generation candidate because obviously there is right now a need for immunosuppression, which is an issue. And we are supporting a candidate that could basically not require that need for immunosuppression. So while today's focus is in the progression definition, Neurona's portfolio is a powerful example of how a strong science can move forward to advance the needs of the patients, and also is a strong example from our own portfolio. And I've heard really good things about, I was just talking to Doug Melton, and he gave me Neurona as a great example of a really good science that has been moving forward. So next one. This is another strong example of progression, showing how early stage discovery work has led to clinical advancement for the novel therapy in spina bifida or myelomeningocele. The candidate here is an allogeneic placental mesenchymal stem cell therapy delivered on a biomaterial scaffold. And was developed and advanced by Dr. Diana Farmer and her team. The program began with an earlier preclinical development award under CIRM 1.0 that laid the foundation for a Clean One award that was supporting IND-enabling studies. It then progressed to clinical stage support with 2 Clean 2 awards. And this case, so the first Clean 2 award was supporting first-in-human safety trial, where the placental MSCs were applied during fetal spina bifida surgery, and 6 infants received this intervention with data supporting safety and progression to the next phase, which is now phase 2, which is an ongoing phase 2 trial, which is evaluating the preliminary efficacy in 29 patients. This case underscores a classic SAF-aligned progression, same candidate, same indication, advancing from early research all the way to phase 2 clinical development. And it also demonstrates CIRM's sustained investment across the stages and how long-term support can enable translation for complex scaffold-based stem cell therapies targeting serious congenital diseases. And the last example is an autologous hematopoietic stem cell modified ex vivo to introduce a functional copy of the CTNS gene, which is for cystinosis. And this one was actually licensed by Novartis, who recently launched a trial for a nephropathic cystinosis. What are the learnings from these progressions? From one side, and how have we adapted those learnings? And we are ending the presentation in the next 2 slides. But the first one is that for discovery, for example, we didn't have, when we first launched Remind-L, which was the first iteration of these 4, we didn't have a person with industry translational experience. So if we really want those targets biomarkers to be that are identified to be validated and implemented into the next phases, we've got to have people that understand that progression, right? And we also are asking in the application a vision for progression. In the case of preclinical development, the single award mechanisms accelerates progression to first-in-human trials. So we don't have now 3 different awards that maybe are not matching each other, the beginning and the end of one another. Now we have a single award mechanisms that will allow that progression up to IND. And there is an emphasis on comprehensive clinical planning. And therefore, for the updated Clean 2, applications accepted after IND submission, the applications are accepted right after IND submission, so progressing active Clean 1 awards, for example, and external expert advisors will support planning for the next stage trials. So we have this expertise embedded, as I was mentioning, that via the science offices can bring these experts that will provide the advice that we can help the grantees move towards the next progression step. So what are the next steps? We are going to come in June and in January with updated progression definitions supporting tracking progress to SAF impact goals. And January, ICOC will include a more comprehensive progression report, including the external progressions and trends, learnings, and program development. Something that we have not captured very well is what's coming out of our own pipeline that has been the risk outside by industry. It is hard. It's not something, it's hard to track that, but it's something that we are collaborating, trying to figure out how are we going to provide here some examples of that. We had the Novartis one, but we are going to try to bring others. And with that, my presentation ends. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. We'll start the questions with Isabel.
Thank you. I really appreciate that clarification and updates. That's really wonderful. I have been thinking on this for a bit, Rosa. And
I'm sure you have.
Talked to you a bit. Obviously, we've responded to government concerns about DEI and have reviewed our own work and portfolio to be respectful of and responsive to researcher concerns. I'm a patient advocate on this board and appointed around to address cancer concerns, which is a major issue in every state, but in this state very particularly. I'm also a member of Latino community. This is not a small group of people. In this state, they're 40% of the population. That means a lot of taxpayers. And I'm concerned about accessibility and affordability for these advanced therapies, et cetera, for this population, many other populations. California, in fact, is a minority majority state when you add up the Asian and African-American populations. We are multi-millions of California taxpayers and of these minority groups. We adopted a diversity, equity, inclusion model to, in fact, monitor and demand inclusion, monitor and demand accountability of the research monies that we were spending. How do we assess or we assure, and this is for the public again, how do we assure taxpayers in this corner of every corner of California that we will not be sliding back, that the medical and health concerns of these populations will not be set back or set aside in this advanced research sphere or sector because of government pressures? And I know I've pulled this out before at different levels, but I just think the public needs to hear from us how we will proceed and how we were thinking. And if in fact, there are things they can do. I mean, that's not our job to do that. That's my job to go out there and tell them what they should be doing. But here, I've been very frustrated on this for many months now, and not just at this table.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Isabel. That's very relevant, and the team has been working very hard at this. And I'm going to defer to Dr. Jonathan Thomas, who's going to respond.
So thank you, Isabel. And you and I personally, and many of us have talked about this issue. It's very important that the accessibility and affordability be attended to. From our standpoint, it's all about the science. So in order for us to go about funding potential therapies and cures that will access all members of the California population, we need to be certain that all affected communities are represented in any of the awards that we fund, which makes its great common sense in addition to good policy, because if we slight any communities, we will not be achieving our mission, which is to maximize the benefits to the citizens of California. So with respect to for example, any given clinical trial, we require that all affected communities are represented in the clinical trial process to the full extent it possibly can. because without that, we will not get the results we're looking for. So, and then with respect to the specifically to accessibility and affordability issues, I would defer to Maria on that to add comments with respect to that.
You're going to hear later from the team about some activities, a checklist of stage appropriate activities to get researchers to BLA and beyond, so that they are set up once they receive their BLA for insurers, for different mechanisms to be able to reimburse on that level. There's a ton of work to do. And our team right now, we're looking at how to set up the patient access team to be more responsive to the challenges that are coming up. We haven't gotten it right in the sense that we're still looking for what we need to accomplish. So it takes a lot of deep thinking around it and strategizing. And Rosa and I have talked about that most recently, about engaging in that activity internally so that we can best set ourselves up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to build on what we just heard, but from a different angle. You know, what I'm really concerned about is that, first of all, this was a very comprehensive and what a just sophisticated job by the team. We go back to one of the first slides on CIRM's impact goals and all the things that we're charged with accomplishing. And the fact that at some point here, we're going to have to go back out and communicate to the public what all of this means. And we just sat through a very impressive, probably 1 hour presentation.
The joke.
With the joke that I missed. But how do we condense this down to a message and to a language and a communication that really explains to, you know, when we go to Capitol Hill or we go to Sacramento, or we go out to the public, nobody's going to sit through this. No one's going to understand it, right? So I'm just saying, I think this is one of our challenges, is to take this and turn it into something that can work for us out in the public when we go back out to communicate not only what we've accomplished, but why we need to keep on moving.
I completely agree. And for the legislative visits, we've tended to focus on activities that are going on in their district. So awards that have been given to, you know, the academic institutions or companies, successes that those have had, trainees that we have funded, where they are in their process. So it is much tailored version to what we heard today, but definitely incorporates a lot of the information that is available to the public now. We just haven't gotten it out there.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
But this is something, can I add something? But this is something that our colleague Amy Adams is that was one of the first questions that she asked me. How are we going to translate this SAF, Rosa? And that's something that we are collaborating to work together. And we are very lucky to have her here. She's awesome. So yeah, and we will do that. That's our next.
Joe, I think you'll hear echoes of your question and suggestions for answers when Amy makes her presentation later. Bell again? Yes.
Follow. Well, I like Joe's question because I think about it in terms of reportage out to communities. And so and Amy and I have discussed this, but it goes back again to DEI, because when I sit at a federal table and they say, oh, we did a great research job. I said, don't show me, don't tell me, show me. What is the demographic breakdown? Who actually is being served and impacted by this? Show me that you've got different communities of color in this mix, and then I'll believe you that it works, right? So we're going to have to report out, I think, on that beautiful presentation of yours for those of us to understand it a little better, and then can go back and present to our community. We need to show them success. We need data that shows there is success in our communities based on all of the billions of dollars we've spent that it is also helping our communities. So are we going to show that? That's DEI, right?
Mhm.
And I'm sure you have that data, right? My dear friend Rosa?
Yes.
Then we need to show that. We need to put that in our reports. That to me is show and tell, fifth grade, right? Sorry, this is really frustrating me because if the feds won't do it, then we need to do it, right? We need to show who's being impacted and why and how. And it's making a difference in their lives and the lives of their families and in the lives of our communities. Then I think they'll buy. We need to support this. It's really helping us. Otherwise, it's just science. Won't make a difference. Thank you for letting me vent.
Yes.
Somebody else please pick up.
We have good ventilation in the room. Yes. Thank you. Are there other comments or for board members that are attending remotely? Any comments or questions for Rosa? Leandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I have a sick kiddo, but glad for technology. And also just wanted to reiterate, I too am a patient advocate, and I want to support the work that CIRM has done during these turbulent and somewhat unpredictable times to keep us afloat and on mission. Just wanted to share that and punctuate that as well.
Thank you so much, Leandra.
Thank you. Rosa, you've made an impact with the presentation. We can't wait until January for the next iteration. I want to thank you and your team. Sarah and Liz are in the room. Thank you all for the work that you've done on this. It was outstanding.
Thank you. Thank you especially to the team.
And I think it's a good time for a 10-minute break.
Yeah, and please make it a super tight 10. So we will come back at 11:17.
I'm going to beat you guys there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to your seats. Yeah, right. Okay. I think we have a sufficient number, Scott, to reopen the meeting. Thank you all for coming back from the break. I'm going to ask Scott let's see, what is the number of the
This is item 14.
Item number 14, we're going to jump ahead, which will put the board into closed session, and our Senior Director of Board Governance, Scott Tosher, will take us into closed session.
That's correct. So we will be meeting in closed session for a discussion of personnel pursuant to Government Code Section 11126 Subdivision A and Health and Safety Code Section 125290.30 Subdivision small f3 capital D. Test at the end. And for those of you members on the Zoom, you will see a button under the at your breakout to join the breakout room. Thank you. Judy, could you state that again then?
No action was taken in closed session.
Thank you. And for planning purposes, let's shoot for coming back into open session by 12:55. 45, 12 compromise?
Thank
Okay.
12:55.
Okay,
Wait, where'd the
thank
second-
you. Good afternoon. For those on the Zoom, we will be resuming in about the next 3 minutes.
Are we all assembled? We're checking final count. Okay, everyone, thank you. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch break. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the ICOC. We are going to take up the meeting agenda with item number 11, which is a consideration of the amendments being made to the CLIN Grants Administration Policy and the Discovery Translational Educational Grants Administration Policies, and how they're going to be consolidated into a new awards management policy, which we're going to call AMP. And I'd like to introduce for the presentation our Vice President for Operations, Ms. Jen Lewis.
Thank you, Chair Ambassiani. Can you hear me? I'm one of the shorter presenters from this morning. So thank you to the board, CIRM team and public. My name is Jennifer Lewis. I'm the Vice President of Operations in CIRM, and I'll be presenting the new award management policy today. Before I begin, I wanted to just acknowledge that this effort began over 9 months ago and was a cross-collaborative effort of the entire CIRM team from grants management, legal, board governance, review, and programs. And most specifically, I wanted to acknowledge the dedicated team, many that are with us today, that met weekly to really talk about this policy and the revisions, which included our General Counsel, Rafael Aguirre-Sacasa, Ione Hughes, our Project Manager for Operations, Doug Kearney, our Director of Grants Management, and Ben Huang, our Deputy General Counsel. This teamwork has resulted in policy revisions that were in today's materials, which included the draft policy, red line of changes, and an accompanying memo summary. And my presentation today will present the background for rationale for making these changes and what are the major changes that we've made, as well as Scott Tosher will be co-piloting with me to share with you about the rulemaking process that will be undertaken. So just a little bit of background, the Grants Administration Policy is a set of regulations, they're state law, that govern the management of CIRM awards. So the first set of the first Grants Administration Policy, we call that the GAP, was adopted in 2006 by the ICOC. And then in 2008, under Prop 71, the ICOC adopted the grants administration policy for facilities and equipment grants. And that was due to the stipulation in Prop 71 regarding major facilities and shared labs. And in 2016, the ICOC adopted our current active grants administration policies that are defined by programmatic areas. So we have two policies right now, one that governs our clinical stage projects and one that governs our discovery, translation, and education projects. And CIRM must follow the California Office of Administrative Law process for creating any new regulation or amendments to these policies. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Scott Toscher to give a brief overview of that process.
Thank you, Jen. The moment you've all been waiting, an education on OAL process. And yes, Jen, I'll try to keep it brief for you. As Jen pointed out, as a state agency, there are certain requirements that all state agencies must go through when they impose obligations on their regulated community. Because our regulations and this policy has the force and effect of state law once it's duly promulgated, the law requires that agencies provide an opportunity for the public to weigh in on that policy making. So this OAL process is really just a way for agencies, series of steps for an agency that's promulgating a regulation to ensure that the public and the regulated community and key stakeholders have an opportunity to participate in that process, provide input and feedback, and allow the agency to iterate with the benefit of that feedback. When that period closes, the agency then submits the final document that it has buttoned up with the benefit of that input. Then the separate state agency, OAL, Office of Administrative Law, will then review it under certain standards. First, it'll look at the language and ask, does CIRM have the authority to adopt this? Is the language that is used in the regulation or the policy clear to a stakeholder so that they understand what their obligations are? And has the agency incorporated or properly explained why it is not incorporating the feedback that it has received? Once it is reviewed under those standards, it will then either approve or disapprove the rulemaking. Most of the time they approve it. Because of the steps that are involved when we open this up to the public, it's a 45-day comment period. Subsequent improvements, we then post for 15 days where we can't touch it, get the feedback, again, improve the document, or if we're ready to finalize it, the document then comes back to all of you, and we have your blessing that it is where you want it to be. That is then what goes back to OAL in that green box. The process can take quite a while, and the law provides that it must be concluded within 1 year. Because of that sequence of board meetings that I sort of implied, in order for us to iterate and you to approve a final product, this can take, easily take a year. And we have set a deadline for next March to get that final product, to ensure that it can get reviewed and signed off by OAL in time. So it is coming back to you. It will take some time, but that's by design.
Thank you, Scott. So I'll go through the presentation, but the ask today will be to initiate that rulemaking process that Scott just outlined. So at a high level, this is the executive summary of the major changes in this new policy. Our goal was to shift from our current use of 3 separate grants administration policies to a one unified, all-encompassing policy. This would allow us to have a high-level policy that removes distinctions by a program or an organization type or facilities components, offers consistency and adaptability as we're implementing the new strategic allocation framework. It also maintains, as the current policy does, the chronological organization of the grant-making process. So it starts at the application intake process all the way through award closeout, removes duplicative references to other policies and regulations that are CIRM has. And it also adds in new elements of Prop 14 era, such as access and affordability that you'll see in the upcoming slides. It also, the idea was really to be user-friendly, clear, and enforceable and timeless. And one of the things that we did try to do while we were opening this up is to streamline language choice and definition. So one of those, and why we have renamed it to award management policy, is the use of award consistently instead of grant and award. There was a mixture of that in our current policy. So we have renamed this to the award management policy, abbreviated the AMP. So in the next few slides, I'll go by sections of topics of the major changes. The first section is definitions and terminology. So we have introduced a new term called a critical role. The idea of this role is that it's a subset of the key personnel that are on an award and application that have a minimum effort requirement as described in the relevant program announcement or RFA. And really the idea of introducing this is it would allow us that in this policy that any change to this role would cause a serious disruption to the project. And we want to be able to have a prior approval process to change that role. Or reduce any effort requirements such that we have currently with a principal investigator. Some examples of what a critical role could be would be a co-I on our DISC 4 awards or a project manager on our clinical awards where there are effort requirements and many times they're being evaluated by those individuals in the application and are critical to the project. The next the definition that we have changed in light of the strategic allocation framework is currently we have a definition for clinical advisory panels in our policy. And as we've rolled out the SAF, we have changed the idea of those advisory panels to broaden, not just to the clinical program, but to other areas, and have renamed it CIRM experts. And these experts will serve as strategic advisors to the CIRM staff on an ad hoc basis to guide the direction of a particular project or program and ensure alignment with the broader program goals. And these, again, will be deployed and the more specifications in the individual program announcements and requests for applications. The next item is related to application review. We removed two terms in application review. One is associated with application budget review process, and the other is related to scoring criteria section. This is not to eliminate them. They are still there. They're repetitive and were enforced in other areas of our policies, such as our program announcement, our GWG bylaws, and concept plans. So due to the duplicity, we've removed them from this policy. And the last section is terms and conditions. So we've added, my colleague Esteban Cortez will be presenting to you later some new initiatives that they've rolled out over the past 6 months. And one of them that we'll be looking at to roll out once this regulation is approved is adding a requirement that awardees acknowledge CIRM in any public communications, such as press releases, publications, conference presentation, et cetera. This would allow us to be able to put some enforcement around that and get more of that acknowledgement that we're looking for in compliance with that. And the last section related to our terms and conditions is we are changing an outdated LIBOR loan conversion rate. So we have a loan conversion policy in this regulation, and it refers to LIBOR, which is now no longer it's no longer effective. So we've replaced that by the secured overnight financing rate, or SOFR, with the particular provisions on what the election points are to convert to a loan. So the next section is related to allowable and unallowable costs. The current policy has an allowable maximum salary for award personnel that has a very complicated calculation related to it and specifications and how that increases over time. Due to the fact that that calculation is based on the Consumer Price Index, which is also how UCOP bases their health compensation policy, and early last year, we came to ask for some adjustments to the postdoc and training salaries. We'd like to align all salary requirements for grantees under the UCOP Health Sciences Compensation Plan. So we are specifying that in this policy. Another addition relates to patient qualified costs. So this is derived from aligning with Prop 14 requirements that we have never had a specific definition in our policy related to participation in a CIRM-funded trial by a donor, patient, or caregiver, and allowing travel, housing, childcare, and medical care to be an allowable cost. So we're specifically defining that here. And conversely, we're also adding a stipulation in our unallowable cost policy that payments to potential enrolled research patients is unallowable. To pay to participate is an unallowable cost, which is also just also in Prop 14. And then the last section relates to changes in allowable facilities costs. So we are removing several items in that section related to the external environment. Currently, our allowable facilities cost is based on the NIH's federally negotiated rates. And given discussions that are going on externally, we'd like to remove the nonprofit federally negotiated rates from being accepted by CIRM, along with that nonprofits and for-profits without a federally negotiated rate would no longer get 35% automatically. And the rationale for that is during this next fiscal year and watching what's happening externally, we would like to give the authority per this regulation to the ICOC to determine what that allowable facilities cost structure should look like based on an analysis by the CIRM team on federal, state, and other comparative funder overhead rates. And so this is something that we would start working on in the next fiscal year, and hopefully it would line up when this regulation becomes active. The next section is related to the strategic allocation framework and aligning some of our policies. So one is that we've strengthened our equipment management section to include requirements for awardees to have procedures in place to use CIRM-funded equipment across future CIRM applications and awards, and to demonstrate that. As well as adding a data sharing and management section to specify reporting requirements, what are the non-compliance penalties, and requires that data sharing and management plans be fully executed by the award closeout. And then the next section relates to funds management. So we've added some clarifying terms regarding award closeout based on our experience with Prop 71. Specifically, we've put in a policy that terminated awards will relinquish their unobligated balance owed by CIRM if the final reporting is not submitted within 120 days. As well as closed awards cannot request revisions to the financial reporting after 6 months after the award date. And this is helpful for us in maintaining fiscal responsibility and keeping an eye on our research funds. And then lastly, we've specifically outlined in this policy that CIRM funds must be placed in an interest-bearing account, and awardee must keep track of any interest, and any interest earned can be used toward the award or must be returned by CIRM. This isn't a new policy, but it's something that's been in our terms and conditions, and we think that it's better placed in the actual award management policy. And then my last slide relates to training grants. There is a specific section in this policy that relates to our education programs. I'll run through these. The first is removing specific policy limits for mentor to trainee ratios. What that means is currently in our grants administration policy, we specify a particular ratio that is agnostic to the type of program that it is. And we really want to give that flexibility in the program announcement and the RFA to be directive on what that ratio should be and what's appropriate for that particular program. We've removed this tuition and fees section because there is a detailed calculation in there that is slightly out of date, and we would rather be able to set those limits in the appropriate PA and RFA as those new programs come online. There is a specific cost category for training grants related to research-related activities. And so we are adding the actual indirect cost recovery rate for host institutions. So these are the institutions where trainees are doing their internships during a program. And a clarification that we often have that's not in our regulations is what is that indirect cost recovery rate and allowable rate that we will specify, that we've specified in this new policy. Next is a trainee travel. So we want to give flexibility to our trainee programs where appropriate. And so we've outlined that funds for travel there's a specific line item in our programs that they're supposed to be used for the CIRM sponsored annual conference for Spark or the PN trainee conference. And we'd like to give each individual program the opportunity to utilize any remaining funds to cover other trainee travel that can be used equitably across all trainees in that particular cohort and allow them more exposure and opportunity. Additionally, CIRM approval, we want to change something related to how rebudgeting happens between these individual cost categories in our training grants. We want to give rebudgeting from trainee-related travel to any other category that there's flexibility for awardees to rebudget between any of the trainee-related categories, such as tuition, stipends, travel, but that any category related to indirects or program admin must require CIRM authorization and prior approval. And then lastly, wanted to give a definitive no-cost extension period for these programs and allow up to 12 months for a no-cost extension if it's in service of the full trainee cohort being able to complete their training term. So with that, the request for board action today is that the CIRM team requests approval by the ICOC to initiate the rulemaking process to adopt the award management policy. And happy to take any questions, and I'll hand it back over to you, Chair Imbasciani.
Thank you, Jen, for the presentation, and thank you, Scott, for a scintillating exegesis of the rulemaking process in the Office of Administrative Law. Before I open the floor to a motion, make a comment. The board will remember that at our very last meeting, we updated and consolidated several of our purchase policies and contracting processes. They had accreted over years of CIRM, and as CIRM evolved, we had 3 policies that were overlapping and redundant. And what this board did is approve a single consolidated policy. And this does very, very much the same thing. It responds to CIRM's evolution in a way that gives us a single source document that streamlines the language and the definitions, acknowledges new programs. It's comprehensive, it's succinct, and I've read all 54 pages of it. I invite you to do the same and support the work that Jen and her team has done on this. And so remember, the motion now is not to accept the report, but to initiate the rulemaking process. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Kim Barrett moves.
Second.
And Maria seconds. Floor is open to conversation or discussion. In the room and remotely, Claudette? There's no one then. Okay, good. You did a great job,
Thank
Jen. We can proceed. The public comment, thank you. Anyone in the public want to comment on this proposed rulemaking? No, nothing there. We may proceed to a vote, Scott.
All right, and with the prior, I'll voice vote in the room, and then I will roll call members on the Zoom. All those in the room in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Dan Bernal.
Aye.
Judy Chow.
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey.
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colbury. Oops, Mark, do we still have you?
Yes. Aye.
Oh, great. I hear you, Mark. Thank you. David Higgins. I do not see David.
Aye. Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you, David.
Sorry.
That's okay. Rich Lahara.
Yes.
Hala Madana.
Yes.
Let's see. Shlomo, we don't have back yet. Carolyn Meltzer. Sorry, Carolyn. Maybe she hasn't returned yet. Marv Southern.
Here. Hi.
Oh, hi, Carolyn. I think that was a yes.
It was a yes. Sorry.
Thank you. Marv Southern.
Yes.
Thank you, Marv. Carol Watson.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. And the motion carries.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Scott. I'd like to direct your attention to the next agenda item, which is number 10. It's a consideration of a compensation related item. And because the chair and the vice chair are conflicted, I'm going to invite Judy Gasson as one of the two co-chairs of the governance subcommittee to lead this.
I'd like to start out by asking Raphael to provide some background on this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Board members, members of the public, CIRM staff, my name is Rafael Aguirre-Sacasa. And I'm here to talk about a cost of living adjustment for what I will affectionately call the trio, the chair, vice chair, and president. As you may recall, the ICOC approved the current compensation policy last June 27th, 2024. Under that policy, and subject to ICOC approval, the chair, vice chair, and president of CIRM are eligible to receive the same cost of living adjustment, COLA, that are approved for CIRM employees. To clarify, a COLA is distinct from a merit salary adjustment. While merit adjustments are performance-based, a COLA is intended to offset increases in the cost of living. At its meeting on the June 10th, 2025, the governance subcommittee voted to recommend the approval of a 3% COLA for the trio, consistent with the adjustment approved for staff that will be presented in the 2025 administrative budget in shortly after. So accordingly, we're requesting the IC approval of 3% COLA for the chair, vice chair, and president effective July 1, 2025, subject to your approval of the aforementioned admin budget later. Thank you.
As you heard, the governance subcommittee is recommending to the full board to approve this proposal. Does anybody have any questions for Raphael? I don't see any hands raised. Okay, I think we're call for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any public comment? All right, before we proceed to a vote, Maria and Vito, you'll refrain from voting. All right, all those in the room in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And any abstentions? Dan Bernal?
Aye.
Judy Chow?
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey?
Aye.
Anne Marie Deliege?
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colbury? Sorry, Mark, I didn't catch that if you
Aye.
Great, thank you, Mark. David Higgins?
Aye.
Rich Lahara?
Yes.
Hala Madanat?
Abstain.
Shlomo Melmed? Carolyn Meltzer?
Yes.
Marv Southard?
Yes.
I think that was a yes, Marv. Carol
Yes.
Watson?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And the motion carries. And we're gonna, did you get the audible?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Judy, for taking that issue up. I'd like to direct your attention now. I know we're skipping around a bit, and it's to accommodate people who are attending from outside of the country. The next issue is going to be the update from the communications team.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't.
We're gonna go with the research budget, which is item number 8.
Yep. Oh, okay, and welcome to Anne Marie.
Thank you.
Number 8 is the consideration of our research budget. And so Mark Fisher Colbury's on the line.
Yeah, can
Mark,
you hear
are
me okay?
I can hear you absolutely perfectly clearly. Are you willing remotely to lead us in the conversation of this? Mark?
It was, yeah, with respect to the research budget, it was
Yes.
reviewed in detail by the Science Committee. And basically a very thorough discussion with approval along with an approval for an additional amount that we thought would be merited given what's going on, today in general. And with respect to that, Jen can describe the overall budget and the additional funding that was under consideration for adding to that budget. So I'll have her take away the discussion on that.
Thank you, Chair Fisher-Colbury. Again, today I'll be presenting the fiscal year 25-26 research budget. This time I will be joined by my colleague Rosa Canet-Aviles as we move through this presentation. So first we'll review the grant funds overview, so the limits set in Prop 14. Then we'll look back at fiscal year 24-25, the January through June approved research budget. Then Rosa will come and join us to discuss a little bit about how we set this new budget for fiscal year 25-26 in light of the strategic allocation framework. And then we'll present the proposed research budget for the upcoming year. So this first slide is showing our total grant funds overview. This total grant funds includes both Prop 71 and Prop 14 research funds. As you can see, to date, the board has encumbered roughly $4 billion, 53% of those funds. This next slide is specifically outlines the allocations that are stipulated in Prop 14 as it relates to requirements, required programs in the research budget. The first column represents the research therapy development and therapy delivery of $3.4 billion. As you can see, to date, we've committed $865 million of that. The next is the diseases of brain and central nervous system, or our neuro budget, of $1.38 billion, of which we've committed $525 million. And the last you'll see is the access and affordability, which is $96 million, and we've committed roughly $2 million to date. This next slide is additionally showing the earmarks, and these earmarks are up to amounts for shared research resources labs and community care centers that are in the proposition. As you'll see, for shared resources labs, the board has committed 21 million of the 26 million allocated to build and equip. And for community care centers, there is 78 million that you will see in upcoming slides that we will be proposing to utilize in the fiscal year 25-26 budget. And then lastly, this slide represents the historical research budget performance since Prop 14 was enacted. Two things I want to note for the board members is the first column is a 6-month budget. It's showing a budget from January through June 2021. So it's not representing a full 12-month year as the others are. And the last column that's reporting on this past fiscal year, as you will remember, the board approved 2 6-month budgets through this fiscal year, and therefore there are 2 commitments and unencumbrances that are building on top of each other. In some cases, due to scheduling or other things, those items may overlap in certain cases where we were planning in the first 6 months to approve a program, and then it was not actually approved until the next 6 months. So we asked for something twice. So just wanted to acknowledge that can be a little misleading. So now I'll get into fiscal year 24-25. Again, this was a January through June budget as we were launching the strategic allocation framework and new funding programs. The first column here shows the approved budget that of $265.2 million that the board approved in December of 2024. The next column shows the commitments for this period of 147.7 million. And there's a variance of 117.5 million for the 6-month period. And I'd like to dive into the two areas that are the highest variances in discovery and infrastructure to give a little bit of an explanation. So for discovery, there's 41.1 million remaining. That is driven by the DISC 0 round. So as you'll recall, in December 2024, there was a plan to have the DISC 0 round approved before the end of this period in June. Due to the LA wildfires, the CIRM team extended the application deadline to allow institutions in the Southern California to have more time to prepare applications and things. And so due to that, the actual approval of these awards will not happen until September of 2025. So you will see requests for these funds in the next fiscal year in my next presentation. Additionally, similarly for infrastructure, there's a 60.2 million variance. And the driver of that variance is due to those community care centers of excellence. In March of this year, the board had a discussion about that program, and there was a decision to split that into 2 pathways for delivery and support. And so those applications are in development and open for delivery, and support is coming online this year. And so you will see a request for these funds in the next year fiscal budget, as well as those approvals will happen in fiscal year 25-26. And with that, I'd like to ask Rosa to come up to walk through the next few slides.
Many of the slides that we are going to see are a little bit are familiar from this morning. The only one that's different is the last one. What changes is the narrative. So we are going to, the SAF was informing this morning why do we do the portfolio analysis and the progressions. The SAF is going to provide here the context for why are we setting this budget specifically, right? To set the stage for the next slides, the SAF was built around a set of quantifiable and time-bound impact goals that align directly with our mission. And these include the goals that we are seeing here, and we are all familiar with all the goals for accelerating discovery and translation, cell and gene therapy approvals, enabling accessibility and affordability of all the CIRM-funded CGTs, and then the diverse workforce development. And in the benefit of time, I won't go through this again. Now, as I explained this morning, we have to be able to respond to changes in the field, scientific, policy, as well as the changes that come from the mandates of Prop 14 in terms of the gene therapies, the CNS focus, and the accessibility and affordability. And for that, we establish impact goals with the initial projection of 6 to 10-year timeline to reach those goals, right? And the adaptive model that we've discussed this morning will focus on the resources to reach those goals in the context of the programs that we have, made these projections for, and supported by the portfolio analysis and the preference setting that we talked about this morning. And then this again is how are we going to go about this preference setting? We will be doing the analysis of the portfolio and external landscape every January. That will update the new concepts with the recommendations that the board will approve and lead to the impact goals. Now, this is the last slide, which is the one that we are all gearing towards. This brings all together in the budget context to how did we determine how many awards per year, like how did we project that, should we make as a function of our adaptive strategic plan. And it comes down to this simple equation. And I think several of you will like the numbers and the equation, right, George? Dr. Blumenthal, I meant, and others, right? So let me walk you through the logic. we start with our impact goals. These are fixed targets that we've all approved. You approved in September of last year. And how many therapies or discoveries we aim to advance to a specific milestone by a certain year. But not every project will succeed. So we incorporate what we call target rates. And those are based on historical portfolio performance and external data. And yes, they change, but for a fixed point in time, they're fixed, right? So when we evaluate, that's a fixed thing. And then finally, the strategic years are the product of the projections in developing the strategic allocation framework and goals that we set to, given that we had to define a timeline toward the impact, right? So the number of awards we need to make each year equals our impact goals adjusted to the success rates divided across the years that we have left. And the goal here is to be deliberate, to be data-driven, and align with our mission. And it gives us the framework that is both aspirational as well as grounded in the practical reality of the data. And with that, my colleague, Jen Lewis, will continue with the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions now or come back if you have questions.
Okay, so the major drivers of the fiscal year 25-26 research budget include application review subcommittee approvals of grant applications for the new and amended programs that were approved by the board for DISC 4, PDEV, and CLIN 2. CIRM initiated grantee conferences, you'll see a line item for that. The DISC 0 applications that I mentioned earlier that are now will be approved in September. And then lastly, the Community Care Centers of Excellence delivery and support programs. So two separate programs that will be approved during this fiscal year. So here's a breakdown by pillar or program area. So for discovery, we'll be requesting a budget of 158.2 million. As Mark mentioned, DISC 0, during the subcommittee meeting, the subcommittee members approved an increase to the DISC 0 budget to 74.2 million, which estimates 24 awards. So that's doubling that budget. The DISC 4 budget request is 84 million, which is 6 awards. The translation budget is a total of 160 million, which estimates 16 awards across the two very late stage and early stage types in that program offering. The clinical budget, the total request is 134 million, which is estimated to have 9 awards. And then for education, we're requesting a budget of 1.5 million to support our annual PAN training meeting conference, the Spark annual conference, and a 2026 grantee meeting, and potentially maybe 1 or 2 other smaller grantee, CIRM-driven grantee conferences. And then lastly, the infrastructure budget requests a total of 51 million, which is for the delivery awards of 36 million for awards, and support awards, a total of 15 million for 3 awards. And then this next slide, so the total request for fiscal year 25-26 is 505.7 million. And the request, our request today is for approval of the research budget by the ICOC. And I will hand it back over to Mark.
Yes.
For next step.
So, first of all, tremendous compliments to the entire CIRM team for the creation and development of the strategic allocation framework, and then for the translation of what that framework means in terms of the budgetary allocation. I think collectively, the team has done a fantastic job of assembling this data and information. And as a consequence, I'm requesting a motion in a second and an approval for this budget.
Second.
Is there a motion? Okay, motion in a second, great. And with that, are there questions or comments by the board?
I have a naive question. I know this is largely funded by public bonds. Does CIRM earn any interest on money that's coming in? In other words, we have 5.5 billion and it's just 5.5 billion, or can it be 5.5 billion plus something on interest? Just a, I don't know.
There is interest that's earned on the cash reserves that's in a separate account. Yes.
Okay, but it's
Yeah.
not the total amount.
No, that's
Okay.
not the amount we're presenting today.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, what we presented today is just the research allocation funds that we are stipulated by Prop 14.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Are there questions or comments by the board? I'm not seeing any, but yeah, let me know if somebody's got a hand raised. And then if they're not, then are there any questions or comments from the public?
It doesn't appear so, Mark.
Okay, well, let's proceed with the vote, Scott. Thank you.
Great. All those in the room in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Abstentions? For those on the phone, Dan Bernal,
Aye.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Anne Marie Deliege,
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Aye.
David Higgins,
Aye.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Hala Madana,
Aye.
Carolyn Meltzer,
Aye.
Marv Southard,
Aye.
Carol Watson.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much, Mark. And Vito, the motion carries.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. So we're going to look at number 9 now. It's the administrative budget for fiscal year 25-26. And George Blumenthal is chair of the Finance Committee, and he will start us off. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Finance Committee considers the administrative budget for CIRM, which goes hand in hand with the research budget that you just approved. In fact, the Finance Committee met jointly with the Science Committee. So we each saw each other's budgets as we considered them. So it really was a joint effort. And I think what you will find in our presentation is that the proposed administrative budget for next year is consistent with the level of spending of the science budget that you just approved. And with that, let me turn it over to Michelle.
A little bit shorter. Thank you, Chair Blumenthal. All right. Good afternoon, members of the board, CIRM team, and members of the public. My name is Michelle Lewis, and I am the Director of Finance, and I'm here to present the administrative budget for the 25-26 fiscal year. Today, we will go over an overview of Proposition 14. We'll then discuss the results of the 24-25 fiscal year, and then we'll go into the proposed 25-26 fiscal year budget. So for the $5.5 billion proposition, this graph shows the major categories where the funds are allotted. We are allowed to spend $4.9 billion on grant funding, which was the previous presentation. We'll go into more detail on the next slide for the administrative side. Here's a detail of the 3 major categories of the administrative budget. The first category is capitalized interest and costs of issuance, which are costs associated with the issuance of bonds to fund our activities. First, the proposition states that all interest on any bonds issued through the 5th full calendar year from the start of the bond will be paid from the bond proceeds. This is called capitalized interest. Second, there are fees that are paid to professionals associated with the bond sales. Those are called costs of issuance. Both of these reduce the amount of bond proceeds that we will be allowed to spend. The proposition doesn't stipulate a set amount that the bond authority can be reduced. We have estimated that the capitalized interest and cost of issuance will total about $100 million, and that's what we have budgeted. To date, CIRM's authority has been reduced by $85 million for those 2 purposes. There will be 1 more bond sale before the end of the 5th year. Our second category is direct grant administration. For grant compliance, to date, 14.7 has been expended out of the $100 million budget. Under that, as well as access and affordability, $33.4 million has been expended of the $55 million budget. And then grant administration, $23.1 has been expended to date out of the $165 million budget. The final category is CIRM administration. And to date, $35 million has been spent of the $192.5 million budget. Next, we'll look at the financial results for the 24-25 fiscal year. First, I would like to provide some context for the budget. We did have a new president and CEO start after the 24-25 budget was finalized. Also, after the budget was finalized in September, there was a reorganization of the agency that reduced the headcount of the executive team, and then there was a cost center change for the program areas. The program team is now under one umbrella. They reside under the chief science officer in 5 different cost centers. The focus for them has been fluid throughout the year as they implement new strategies due to this change. Here we have the projected financial results for the 24-25 fiscal year. In our first column, this is the category of expenditures. The second column is our 24-25 budget, which was $31.6 million. The next column is how we expect to finish the 24-25 fiscal year. These numbers can change as we've done some late hires and the employee expenses may change. And that is estimated to be $25.1 million. That provides a variance of $6.4 million. Here I want to discuss some of the drivers of that budget variance. The first category would be employee expenses. Many of the vacancies, we did fill vacancies this year, but many of those vacancies were in the later half of the year, and that resulted in a salary savings. For travel and training, because there was a focus on strategic allocation framework and internal operations, that led to a decrease in travel and training. For external services, due to the reorganization of departments and priorities, that led to a decrease in engagement of external services. And for our reviews, meetings, and workshops, the application cycle was paused, resulting in a decrease of GWG reviews for the year. Next, we'll go into the proposed budget for the 25-26 fiscal year. Normally, for this slide, you would see a comparison of the estimated to finish numbers to the proposed budget. However, given the unique year that I just described, the decision was made to show the comparison as budget to budget, as it gives a better picture of the year-to-year breakdown. Please note that these numbers have been updated to the latest figures that include another IT contract and a conversion of a limited term position to a full-time position. So in our first column, again, are the categories of expenses. Our second column is the 24-25 approved budget, which was $31.6 million. Our third column is our proposed 25-26 budget, which is $34.8 million. In the last column, it shows our variance of $3.1 million, which is a 9% increase and is consistent with the prior year's increase. Some major drivers of this 25-26 budget would be external services. As there's an increase in the agency size and an increase in grant awards, there may be a potential need for increased use of legal fees. There's also an investment in grant award infrastructure such as data platforms, educational outreach, and an IPSC cell bank repository maintenance. There's also an increase in IT-related contracts due to inflation and tariffs. The next category that will increase would be memberships and training. Our training is budgeted at 1% of the labor costs. So as there's an increase in staffing levels, there will be an increase in training. I did want to point out before we get to the final increase that we did have a focus on mindful planning, and there are actually 3 areas where we anticipate a decrease in spending. Those would be reviews, meetings, and workshops. As for this year only, there will be the GWG reviews will start later in the year, so they're going to have a decrease in their budget. For travel is being planned strategically, limiting the number of travelers and out-of-state travel. And then finally, for equipment and supplies, there was a focus on using current resources as to not spend more for equipment and supplies. The last major driver of the administrative budget would be our increase in employee expenses. There are 3 main points driving this. The first one would be a request for $836,850 to fund 4 permanent new positions and 5 promotions based on program needs. The second driver would be the performance-based merit salary increase of 3% for eligible staff and 3% cost of living adjustment, totaling $944,150. And again, this cost of living includes staff as well as the president, chair, and vice chair, which was presented previously. The final driver is a new one, adding a leave buyout for employees who leave or retire. For some context, all staff receive vacation hours that are their property. This is a liability for us as we are required to cash out those hours should they decide to leave the agency. So we are estimating a little over $1 million, which is an amount equal to one staff member from each cost center, as we cannot predict who will leave. This will allow the cost centers to backfill their positions without impacting their budgets. We do have one confirmed retirement this year. There are some risk factors for the 25-26 budget, and while we continue to actively manage costs, there are some factors that are difficult to control. Those would be recruitment and personnel growth, as well as the increased cost of goods and services due to inflation and tariffs. At this time, we would like to request the board to approve our 25-26 administration budget in the amount of $34.8 million. I'll give this back to Chair Blumenthal.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle. At this point, we're going to consider approving this budget. I'll ask for a motion to approve, and then we'll open it for discussion. So can I have a motion to approve the budget?
I'll second.
Great, thank you. Okay, questions?
Sorry, George, we didn't have a maker, did we? Oh, I thought there was a second.
Bernal,
Yeah, we only heard a second.
I'll make the motion.
I had a question.
Sure.
So I just want to understand there's a COLA and a merit. Those are two different things. I know they combined in 100,000. But are those going to the same people, or is the COLA going to one group, the merit going to another, or both? So is it a 6% raise for? I'm just trying to understand that.
Potentially. So the COLA is for everyone. The merit is based off of performance review. So not everyone may be eligible for that merit.
So some people can get it as high as a 6%.
Correct.
Combined.
Combined, yes.
Yes.
The merit is capped at 3, same with the COLA.
Yeah, so I assume the budget includes the estimates for the ramping up of GWG activities because of the number of grants that are coming in and the pre-reviews that are being done. So when I counted the number of grants that are going to be awarded or were awarded, be about the same at 80, and then you've got overlap from year to year. I mean, this is just my experience. This is a very efficient staff. It's for the amount of grant activity and funding and also monitoring that's going on, and the review process. It's small. So I'm just wondering whether you've estimated your increase in numbers of 4 positions, and included in the budget is an estimate that you're going to have much more GWG, more study sections that are going to be reviewing grants, because the number of grants coming in, the applications are going to be larger.
We anticipate, again, this year, because the GWVs will start later in the year, that's why it seems like a lower amount. We anticipate in the following year, that's where you're going to see the increase.
Okay. And the 4 plus what you have now, which is 60 something, right? Sufficient. I'm not questioning how high it is. I'm questioning how low it is, which is rare.
Yes.
Right. The head.
Oh, the head count.
The head.
Yes. We anticipate that that's going to be sufficient. Yes.
Right. I just wanted to, I mean, on record, this is a very efficient organization.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
Team member Gil Sombrano, I think, has some additional context.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide additional context on the budget. So a couple of things have also changed. So yes, we will definitely be ramping up for GWG reviews given the increased demand in terms of the number of applications. But for example, with the clinical program, we are moving from what used to be monthly reviews to now quarterly reviews. So there are actually fewer reviews that are dealing with the clinical applications. And each review will cost more, but on the whole, for the year, it will be less. Last year, we also had planned for some in-person reviews, which are significantly more expensive than when we conduct the virtual Zoom reviews. So for this coming year, all have been planned as virtual Zoom. But the following year, we're hoping to restart some of those in person, but that also reflects some of the savings that are in this year's budget.
Thank you, Gil. Other questions from members of the board? Seeing none, I will ask, is there any public comment? Seeing none, I guess we are ready to vote.
Okay. All those in the room in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? And on the phone, Dan Bernal,
Aye.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Anne Marie DeLiege. Anne Marie? I see.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Mark Fisher Colbury,
Aye.
David Higgins,
Aye.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Hala Madnat,
Yes.
Carolyn Meltzer,
Yes.
Marv Southern,
Yes.
and Carol Watson.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Blumenthal. Vito?
Thank
That
you.
motion carries.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, George. That was great. Our two finance committees really came through with great product. I think we can now move to item number 12, where I tried to go earlier. And this is an update from our communications team. I'd like Esteban Cortez to come to the microphone to speak and make introductions.
Did I get my slides? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the CIRM board, members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update on some of the recent communications and marketing initiatives my team and I have been leading, as well as the ongoing work we've been doing to support CIRM's mission. I'm Esteban Cortez, Director of Marketing Communications at CIRM, and I'm part of a team that leads and supports the entire agency with marketing communications initiatives and channel management. And of course, this includes external and internal communications, social media, email marketing, print publications like our annual report, managing our website and blog, media and press, as well as supporting with community outreach efforts. I'd like to share an update on how the communications team supported the recent rollout of CIRM's new and updated funding opportunities. As you may recall, the March meeting consisted of various funding concept presentations. Following your approval, this kicked off a close collaboration with the program teams to help launch key programs across our discovery, preclinical, infrastructure, and clinical portfolios. Our goal was to ensure that each opportunity was clearly communicated and reached the right audiences. To support these efforts, we delivered a full suite of marketing and communications tools, including dedicated website landing pages tailored to each program, managing support to clarify program goals and eligibility, targeted email marketing campaigns to past applicants and new audiences, a coordinated social media push to boost visibility, and direct outreach to our institutional and community partners, including patient advocacy groups, to help amplify the message. This is a quick sampling of just some of the materials that we put together for the programs. And together, these efforts help position the programs for a strong start and ensured that potential applicants had the information they needed to engage. While I'm highlighting the marketing and communications work that we put into these rollouts, I really want to reinforce that this was a huge team effort across CIRM, and I want to thank and congratulate the many teams and team members involved in making these rollouts a success. Next, I'd like to highlight another important milestone. We successfully launched CIRM's new website a few months ago in the spring, completing a nearly year-long project focused on content development, troubleshooting, and user testing. This new site features a modern, streamlined design with improved navigation and enhanced accessibility tools, making our content easier to find and more exclusive for a wider audience. So this launch is more than just a redesign. It's actually a key step in how we tell the CIRM story. It will serve as a dynamic platform to showcase our impact, engage stakeholders, and support applicants and awardees. We're excited to continue rolling out new features and updates in the months ahead. As Jen Lewis touched on this earlier, we also recently rolled out updated communications guidelines for awardees, which are now available on our website. Over the years, we've heard feedback from the board that we need to boost our efforts to ensure that CIRM awardees, including researchers and institutions, are properly acknowledging us in their communication and collaborating closer with the CIRM communications team. So these guidelines are designed to do just that, to help CIRM-funded researchers and institutions effectively communicate their work to the public, media, and stakeholders, while also properly crediting and recognizing CIRM support. So these guidelines provide clear direction on how to acknowledge CIRM findings, use our logo and press release boilerplate, and collaborate with CIRM staff through social media. So this effort is critical in ensuring consistent messaging across all CIRM-supported projects and in amplifying the collective impact of the work we fund. So by providing awardees with these tools and guidance, we're really aiming to strengthen public understanding of CIRM's role in driving progress in this field. And with the launch of these guidelines, we now have additional opportunities to integrate them into CIRM processes, such as incorporating them into grant notice of awards, to strengthen communications between grantees and CIRM science and grants officers. And finally, I'd like to share a snapshot of some of the patient and trainee content we've shared in recent months. These include profiling patient experiences in clinical trials, as well as CIRM-funded trainees as well. So I'd like to highlight the story of Kurt Gillenberg, who's actually pictured here on the, I guess, my bottom right. Kurt Gillenberg, excuse me, he's a participant in a CIRM-funded clinical trial for cystinosis, which is a rare and life-threatening genetic disorder. Cystinosis causes a buildup of the amino acid known as cysteine within the cells, and what this does is it forms crystals that damage tissues and organs, most commonly the kidneys and eyes. So he was diagnosed at just 18 months with cystinosis, and he spent decades managing this disease, undergoing numerous surgeries and multiple kidney transplants. In 2022, he enrolled in a CIRM-funded clinical trial led by Dr. Stephanie Shirky at UC San Diego, testing a one-time gene therapy designed to correct this underlying cause by restoring production of the missing protein. Since joining the trial, Kurt has reported significant improvements in his health and physical strength, saying that he's never been stronger. One of the things that actually stood out to me, because I was able to sit down with him and talk to him and hear his story, is that he used to, just walking 1 or 2 blocks, like he would just be exhausted by the end of that. And he just, really pointed out that those are things that people take for granted. And he's now able to, go on long walks, work out, and that really stood out to me. One of the things he also really emphasized was the importance of continued funding for research and his gratitude for CIRM's funding support. So I was, again, fortunate enough to meet him in person, hear this experience, and we look forward to sharing more of these stories like his with our audiences. And in another exciting update, as you all heard earlier, I'm very happy to share that CIRM has since welcomed a new Senior Director of Communications, Amy Adams. I have greatly enjoyed working with Amy in just the first few weeks that she's been here in this new role, and also previously as a consultant to the team, during which she offered writing and general communication support. Amy brings a breadth of experience to the team, and I'd like to give her an opportunity to introduce herself next.
Mr. President, esteemed members of the board, CIRM staff, and the public, it's a real thrill to be here today to talk to you about my very early priorities. I'm still in month 1 of this job, so don't hold me to anything. But before I do that, I want to just give a full support and thank you to Esteban, who did an amazing job for the last 6, 8, some large number of months where he kind of ran the show and did an incredible job. And you saw the amount of work this team takes on. And they do it so nicely and such a good job. So he led Christina Smith and Katie Sharifi, who are the other 2 members of the team. And between them, they do all the public-facing communications that you see, that's all shiny and exciting, and all the much quieter communications that you don't see, but that take up a huge amount of their time, the annual report, the website, rolling out all these funding programs. So it's an amazing job, and thank you so much. It's a real thrill to walk into this job and be so well prepared to try to tell a bigger story. This team has a strong, consistent brand, well-established channels for reaching our audiences, a robust web presence, and really good integration and collaboration with other teams at CIRM. So I think we're really well poised to at least try to reach a wider audience. Okay. This role leading communications at CIRM brings together several different threads from my life. Here you see a cute little worm. I started out convinced that I was going to be one of the scientists, maybe getting CIRM grants. I worked in a worm lab. Halfway through a PhD, I realized that was a terrible idea. And I left to get a journalism degree. And you can see some of the publications I worked for: New Scientist, Science, The Scientist. If it had a science word in it, I probably wrote for it. After several years of that, you can see in the rest of this that I either know what I like or I'm not very creative. But I took a job at Stanford School of Medicine, where I was a science writer for many years. I came to CIRM, and you can see the old CIRM logo. That's how you knew that it's old CIRM. I went back to Stanford, and I had several different jobs across science communications at Stanford. And now here I am. You can tell it's the modern era because it's the new logo, back at CIRM again. Okay, so I put this slide together before last night when I had spoken to some of you, and I've now spoken with many more of you. And I'm very consistently hearing the same set of concerns. And that is, why don't people know about us? And it's disappointing. I think it's disappointing to all of us because CIRM, we're doing really incredible work that really benefits the state of California. And based on these, wait, I'm off script here because I went off script because there've been so many things happened. Yeah, state and beyond. Okay. The reason for me, one of the reasons I think CIRM really deserves to be known across the state is because health is one of those few issues that we all agree on. It crosses political lines, it crosses age lines, it crosses socioeconomic lines. We all either have a disease or love someone who has a disease. And so the message that we bring about trying to bring cures, therapies for these diseases is something that everyone should appreciate. And yet somehow we're not making that connection. And I think part of the problem is the little word cloud you see here. In order to talk to people about CIRM, we have to use all these words. And with all due respect to the scientists in the room who maybe love those words, they make it difficult to talk to real people. Not that scientists aren't real people, non-scientists. Well, all right, Isabel wonders. It makes it very difficult. And I think we all struggle with that. When I talk to people, mostly around the office, but a couple board members as well, I ask, so how do you explain CIRM when you go to Thanksgiving dinner or you meet with college friends? How do you explain who you work for? Because some people have gotten really creative and have come up with interesting ways of describing us. So some people go straight to talking about our economic impact in the state, which is incredible. Other people talk about the patients who have benefited from our clinical trials. So again, speak to the emotions. Some people lean on our training programs because who doesn't love all these bright young people? Some of us still try to jog memories about voting for some stem cell proposition way back in the dark ages. That one never works. Many people try to just say that we're like the NIH, but just for California and kind of with a narrower focus. And that's both not quite accurate and not the full story. And in this current climate, it's also not all that effective. I often think of strategic communications as singing a song or being in a choir. The more consistently we all communicate on a given topic, the louder the noise. So if we're all using different descriptions of the organizations, then no one's going to remember it. And it's not going to sound like we're talking about the same organization. So when the science office goes and speaks to science meetings, and when our patient outreach group goes and talks to patient groups or the Rotary Club, we're all going to use different words, but we need to be singing the same song. So I want to point out here, my little graphic. I tried to find an actual choir singing the same song, and they were, Isabel, they were all either white or they were all old or they were all something. So I want to be clear. We want everyone in CIRM and everyone in California to be able to sing CIRM's song. And that means speaking to a large number of people with a variety of different words. And I want to be really clear here as a huge nod to Esteban and the team that this is not a new problem. They're doing incredible work. This was a problem when I was at CIRM before. It's still a problem now. It's not going to be an easy problem to solve. The evolving communications team over the past almost 21 years now, we've had blogs and video programs and a podcast, community outreach efforts, many ways of trying to reach key audiences. And I'm going to be leaning on all of these to think about ways of amplifying our ability to reach people. In addition, I want to help find a consistent way for us all to talk about CIRM. I want to help everyone have language we can use. I think we all need some consistent examples that we use of what CIRM's successes are, so we're all essentially singing the same song. I think every press release, every speech, every blog entry, every interaction any of us has with people in the state is another opportunity to sing CIRM's song. And I want to close by clicking to the next slide. Okay, I want to close with a question to the board. Which is, I know all of you get asked, what is this board that you serve on? So what works for you? Help me out. Get me started on thinking about how we should describe CIRM. What works and what resonates for you?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I want to answer your question. I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair and just take the first stab at this. I'm not going to actually give you an example. I'm going to sort of reinforce a lot of the things you said. First of all, start with, 2 years ago when I first came on, I went around the state and met board members and I met everyone who works at CIRM. And I asked everyone, what do you do and why do you do it? And I got wonderful, passionate, beautiful answers, but they were all different. The science team gave me one answer. The patient advocates gave me another. The patient support and other teams, the educational focused folks. And I tried imagining switching the speech, like giving what this person told me to another person, and it kind of didn't work. And by the way, if we're going to sing the same song, I'm a second tenor, but
I can't sing at all, so I'm just going to.
But I have been, since I met you, I have been toying with the idea. I think what you're asking for, you see it on television, programs where venture capitalists listen to pitches from want-to-be entrepreneurs. It's an elevator speech. That's what we're looking for. CIRM does not have an elevator. I have not met anyone in this room or anyone at CIRM who has given me the elevator speech. And I've tried thinking of one to give you today, and it was going to be, and I haven't succeeded yet, but it does not use the word DNA. It doesn't say germ cell or genetics, or it doesn't say, what are some other words? It doesn't use the word regenerative. It doesn't even say the word science. I think what I would love to say is, I cure people. Not that I intervene. We're not clinicians, but we are very actively involved, and we are bringing cures to people to meet the thousands and thousands of unmet medical needs. And if you start connecting, as you started this conversation by saying, my God, we have health in common. If it's not ours, it's our mother, it's our grandmother, and it's our child. We've had people in this room for public comment that would bring tears to your eyes. We have that in common. I think that's where we need to start. That's the language. I promise you, you come up with that elevator speech, I'll be your guinea pig. I'll memorize it. I'll sing it to you.
I think it takes a very tall elevator right now for any of us to get to the meat of the story of CIRM.
Adriana, sorry.
Well, first of all, I want to welcome you. And,
thank you.
Tell you how pleased we are that you're on board. And I think it's quite exciting to think about how we can rethink the way that we communicate who we are to the public. We are a public agency, And at least my goal would be for a much higher percentage of Californians to understand that we exist and that we are doing good things that they can be proud of, because ultimately they were the ones who created us. And especially in these times, I also think we should be, first of all, proud. We are one of the few states that have anything even resembling an agency like CIRM. And secondly, given all that is going on right now in Washington, D.C., I think it's also important for people to realize that we are responsible adults in this particular space. So I look forward over the next few months working with you and helping develop the message.
Great, thank you.
Well, Adriana, who do you want to choose? Who goes first? Isabel?
Yes, because I'm getting real antsy. With all due respect, I don't do elevator speeches. I go to each community and I see who I'm speaking to, and I try to get their story in my head. So we're not a monolith in this state. One size does not fit all, and therefore we do have to tailor our messaging. And so congrats to Joe when he started up with the baby picture, because that centered all of our attention. We all, oh, and then we started listening. I got lost in the middle, Joe. But then this was to a science crowd, not to the community. So there's place in there to shift how we describe what the heck we do. And I'm all here with Amy on this, that we really do need to have some talking points, but we're all different as well in how we talk and how we share. So I don't think, once again, we can have this crafted one message size fits all of us, but I think there are some approaches. But to me, it's tell a story. Know the audience to whom you're going to speak to. Do a landscape analysis of that community, and then be able to pull from that how the work that we're doing will impact that disease in their community, and why they therefore need to participate in our clinical trials, why their family member needs to join this answer, because that's what we're looking for. We're not promising a cure, we're looking for answers, and they can be so much an important part of that, because it impacts not them and their family member and their community, but the state as a whole. People who are also looking for this hope. And so I cannot do an elevator speech. I don't do it in stories. I don't do it in panel presentations. I wished I did, because then I wouldn't have to write so many friggin' slides and stuff, right? Every time. So that's all I'm going to say, because I know we can do it, because we can all talk stories. It's just, we have to start at the end, not at the beginning, not at the science, but at the human level. That's where we start.
Let me offer clarification before Ariana. I absolutely agree with you. If you're going out, if forewarned and prepared to speak to an audience, do exactly what Isabel just said. By my definition of elevator speech, if somebody taps you on the shoulder and you turn around, they say, "Who are you? What do you do? What do you do?" That's what I'm looking for. That's a different audience.
We see. That is the Mexican hat dance. Okay, now how do I adjust to that person right in front of my face? Who are they? Where are they from? Why are they asking me? Oh, they're a researcher. Then maybe you start telling them about how you have a difficult time trying to change from science speak to people speak. How do you do it? Get challenged, find out. But I don't think that should be, I'm sorry. See, I get all excited. I don't think that should be an issue.
Yeah.
And we also have Marv Southard on.
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
I think I would just be building on what people have said, but I think every story that we tell as we introduce is to give hope. There's a lot of despair out these days. And so when I talk about what we do and I explain it, I usually do it in a way that, as people have said, connects with my audience, but then I use some example of something I've reviewed that would give me hope for help with my glaucoma, help with this, help with the other thing. And I found that those offerings of hope are what connect with people and communities.
Adriana.
Yes, thank you, Amy. I think singing the same song is very, very good as a priority. And I think that connecting with the community and understanding where their concerns are regarding their health is important. But as a family physician, I have a lot of people coming to me, and they come to me with many different medical problems. And all I can say is I can help you get through your medical problems, but there's always a hope of a cure. And I think if I focus on the hope of a cure, that actually brings the perspective of what CIRM does and what the research is building to something that's real for them. And so I think that needs to be a focus as well.
I think we have Pat, and they'll be followed by Linda.
Thanks very much. So, I look at the priorities, and I think this is how CIRM's been trying to communicate. It's all about trying to figure out how we say who we are and what we do, et cetera. That's literally what this list is. And I think it's not that difficult to come up with ways in which we define ourselves and talk about ourselves. But the question is, we're talking to people and we don't know what matters to them in what we're talking about. And I think until we know and have a really good grasp of understanding what matters to you, we're not trying to reach, 100 people. We're trying to reach an entire population of the state of California. And so what matters to them in terms of what we do? Maybe it doesn't matter at all. And maybe it does. But how do we identify what really matters? And an example I'll give is we were starting 20-something years ago to try to figure out how to get states to invest in early programs, child programs, and many states didn't invest a dime, right? Didn't invest a dime. We first had to figure out, okay, so whether it's a blue state or red state or purple state, what is consistent in terms of what they care about when it comes to children? And it turns out there are some common themes irrespective of their political vision. And then it's the challenge of, okay, so how do we then tell the story? People are right. People think in stories. That's the only way that they think, and that's the most effective way of doing it. But, and so we have stories to tell about who we are. Individual stories, as I've been trained in communication, are heartwarming, but they're also dangerous because the audience may not know anybody else who can connect to that one story about that rare disorder. And so it's not that the story should be told, but they have to be done in context. Otherwise, you've got 3 people in the audience that can identify with that. And so we have stories about our investment and return. People have mentioned that. The near and long term, I've never met anybody who doesn't want to know about the near and long term impacts of whatever you're talking about. How's it going to benefit me now? And how's it going to benefit me in the future? And that really has not been part of our story as well. But I do think that understanding why it matters to you, when I say you, I mean, the population of the state of California. If we don't connect with them in that way, it will continue to come up with, I think, very reasonable ways of talking about who we are and how we define ourselves. But it just may not penetrate. And you know this, you've been doing communication for a long time. So I think we have to figure that out. I think there are ways of figuring it out by doing qualitative research to figure out exactly what do people care about when they hear about this stuff. And then I'll say one other thing. There was a survey that was done by a colleague of mine at Stanford. Stanford, is that okay to say? I could say Stanford? Okay. I went to the University of Chicago. We felt that Stanford always elevated their grades. I'm just kidding. And he did a survey starting during COVID. It's called Rapid. And the reason he did the survey, and they've reached like 25,000 people around the United States. And the survey was really designed to figure out what was most concerning to families during this period of time. And it turns out there were, like, what the expert thought was concerning to them was not on the top of the list. It was really, to me, it was like, okay, we think we know what you want to hear, but do we really know what you want to hear? And the only way to know is to ask. And I think that's something that would be great to accomplish within, to figure that out, get those answers back, and then it becomes a much easier task to formulate how we're going to communicate who we are and why we're successful. Stop there.
I look forward to working with you on this. And also, thank you for teeing up my ask. JT, I am going to want to do a survey. So, and now I have board authority to do it. So,
just from me.
Thank you, Linda, followed by Mark Fisher-Colby.
I frankly, with my big mouth, you should be able to hear me. Well, anyway, I think you have to, I'm listening to everybody and everybody's making incredibly good points. And the bottom line is this is a story of inspiration. Bottom line. I mean, as this being part of this group is probably one of the more inspiring things I've ever done. And so here, I'm going to just throw a sentence out to you, because this is where I think for me, this is where you would start. What do you think of when you say boldly go where no one has gone before?
Star Trek.
Yeah. So actually you can almost model in a lot of ways what this group here, what our grantees are doing, are actually pushing the envelope on therapies that nobody's ever dreamed of. I mean, just look at the one we heard about today. We are boldly going where no one's gone before. We can't say it that way because that would be infringement or something. But along that line, it's really about inspiration. And that's why people bet on us when they voted for the the whatever it was, the issue. So it's about inspiration. And, you can get into the nuts and bolts about science and, talking to certain people. That's making it too hard. You have to have some kind of big global gut busting thing. And it's beyond California, because what it's discovered here is going around the world. So I don't see where the problem is, frankly. This is like, you just go for it. Go big. I'm from Queens.
Thank you, Linda. Mark, are you still with us online?
Yes, I am. And clearly there have to be inspiring stories and stories of impact, which is a slight variation related to the inspirational element. But well beyond that is the issue of channel of communication, because there is a massive tsunami of competing interests and a tidal wave of information that people need to sort through. And so within that context, you can have a great inspirational story, a great story of impact. But the problem is, how does one reach the audience? And in today's environment with Instagram and TikTok and all those other activities, there is likely to be a need for extreme creativity in order to compete with all the entertainment hours that people are doing with respect to their whatever channels that they're fixated on to get their information, not their information, but just to be entertained. So given the short attention spans that are out there, the elements of massive competition for being able to get data received, there's got to be a lot of thought given to that aspect and how we can best capitalize on reaching the right people that we want to try to reach with our stories. So just a general comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. The order of speaking is going to be Kim Barrett and then Joy Saki and then Joe.
So I also want to say welcome and thank you, and I enjoyed your comments. I am in a choir. I'm a second soprano. So. But I agree with Isabel. There is some segmentation needed here. And this is not an easy task, because if this was easy, we wouldn't be looking at, 40% reductions in NIH funding and nobody standing up and saying this is a disaster. We're saying it, but the general public has no idea what we do in biomedical science, in science writ large. When you then go to the next stage of a very defined and specialized area, we are so far away from telling the story of impact. So we need to meet people where they are. The comment that Mark made about, we've got to use all channels of communication, and we can't expect people to come to our website proactively. We've actually got to be pushing stuff out there in channels. And I know you know this, you're a communications professional, and I most certainly am not. But we have different audiences that we need to reach. There's a huge amount of difference between communicating with high schoolers in California, who will be the voters of the future, to scientists who we want to inform about what we're doing in a much more technical way. So I like the idea that we should be singing the same song, but I'm not sure that the song will necessarily be the same one for all of those people.
I said, Joyce?
Yes, Amy, I also want to add my welcome. I don't think we should underestimate the power of our origin story, because it's inspirational. I think since I joined this board, I've had conversations with both scientists and non-scientists alike who want to know what I'm doing on the board. And what I simply say to them was that when it wasn't clear that the federal government was going to fund research in cell therapy, California's population, common people, that's where it started, voted to have funding so that we can do this work. And that alone, people are so inspired about it. I mean, spent 34 years in Massachusetts as a primary care physician. So I feel like this is a bragging rights for me that I've discovered that this is what whenever I go back to the East Coast. So that's the first point, that I think the origin story is powerful enough that we shouldn't forget it, because it's inspiring. And actually, in a way, we're living now in a space where we're not entirely sure that the federal government is going to be funding the kind of important research, scientific work that we're doing here in California. So that's one. The other thing is that what I learned as a primary care physician who ended up taking care of both the people who work in the kitchen in my hospital, as well as CEOs of top-notch companies in Boston, was that at the end of the day, people care about health, and it's not complicated. When I was trying to encourage my patients to sort of sign up for clinical trials, I didn't have to come up with a very complicated story. All I said was that, as you know, this hospital is involved with discovering cures and helping people live healthier lives. And this is one way in which you can contribute to that. And it doesn't matter whether you have diabetes or Alzheimer's, that appeals to you. It doesn't matter whether you are part of the facilities or a CEO. Saying that you're discovering cures and helping people live healthy life can be a simplified way of really appealing to folks. Isabel is absolutely spot on that we need to sort of think about the audience. At the end of the day, there's a through line that we can actually all say. And when I love your analogy of a choir, because at the end of the day, a choir that is really compelling, they're not all singing the same tune, right? They're the tenors, they're the sopranos and all that. And the medley, actually, the melodic result of it is what we enjoy. It's not that everybody's singing the same way. So I feel like there may be some through line that we come back to. It's almost like the refrain. But at the end of the day, we ought to be able to tell different stories that at the end of the day also builds a full story.
Exactly. Thank you.
Joe.
Thanks, Vito. I agree with everything everyone said. And Amy, welcome, and it was great to talk to you at lunchtime today.
Good to talk to you.
I just want to make sure that we don't hide or ignore the fact that we're about science and that it's important for us to find a way to communicate to the public that we're about science. That's what we were founded on, was to
provide the grant funding for researchers to do the science, to provide the hope for the patients and those who come here and ask us to fund the projects that we're considering and the scientists that we're considering funding. It's hard to communicate science. I know I spent 10 years at a big agricultural biotech company that was developing genetically modified crops. Try explaining that to people who are scared to death of it. The best scientists are scientists who can explain that to people. And so I think we need to make sure that we keep that in mind, as difficult as that is, and it's difficult, that we need to ensure that part of our message is about the fact that we're funding scientific research.
Yael, yes?
Thank you. Welcome. Also agree with so much of what is being said and so appreciate the challenge of a communication team. I think it's the explanation and the buy-in isn't just the rhetoric, but it's also the images. And it's not hard we all have hope and we all want to find the cure for a disease or all diseases. That's like, I think, part of our human core. And so that's unifying across the board. And while you always have to look at your audience of who you're talking to, I think there is a commonality of the message that has to be adapted to the audience, whether it's a scientific language or if it's a cultural community or whatever it is. And the beauty of the combination of rhetoric and images to send the clear message that this is for you and this is accessible to you at any level is always the challenge. But I do think there is more commonality than we maybe are giving ourselves credit for a scientist or for a patient.
Thanks, Yael. We have another, yes?
So I suggest making a short message includes all the elements that we talked about here. So the word California, voters, the word also stem cell that is missing from our name, because I can imagine why we used regenerative medicine at the time when CIRM was initiated, because stem cell had negative connotation with the embryonic stem cell, but now stem cell is commonly used term and understood by public. And of course, a message of cure and hope. You can take all of these components, and I'm sure as the expert that you are, you can put it in some short phrases that can actually fit most people. And then you can customize it the way you want.
Yeah.
Is there any board member not in the room that might want to speak?
Yes.
Leandra?
Welcome. And just as a reminder, we went through a pretty extensive process to make the font type in our logo thinner and to remove that California Stem Cells Agency from our logo. And it kind of sounds like I'm hearing pieces of that creep back up. So I think that this is a great opportunity to refer this continued conversation and exploration to our communications subcommittee, where we can really dig in and do the thought generation and focus group work that's needed. I'm so glad to hear from my board members here as well. And again, welcome to the position. But I think we also need to take stock of the work we've done to get to this point as we talk about next steps to make sure that we don't inadvertently kind of recreate a process that we've worked so hard to go through pretty recently.
Okay. If there's no other comment, I'd like to summarize all of the comments by board members in 3 words. Good luck, Amy.
Yeah, I've got my marching orders. Thank you so much, everyone. I look forward to working with all of you.
Refreshments having been brought into the room, we're going to take a very short break of how long, Scott? 10 minutes.
There's. Wait, what did somebody say?
It was received well. Good afternoon, members. For those on the Zoom, we will be resuming in 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, please start finding your seats.
Sure.
Okay, we're going to go back into session now, after our little break, to address the last substantive issue on the agenda, which is item number 16. This is an update from the Accessibility and Affordability Working Group. And I think Mr. Sham Patel is going to be at the podium. The microphone is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Bastiani and Vice Chair Gonzalez-Bonneville and the board for this opportunity to present to you today about access and affordability and how we're implementing those requirements into our preclinical and clinical funding programs. So we are batting cleanup. Is that the right baseball analogy there?
Yes, I like that. That's good.
Thank you. Yes. And I'm going to be doing this in partnership with Dr. Joe Gold, who you heard about from this morning. And I'm also going to promise a joke at the end of this presentation. And since I'm presenting first and Joe is presenting second, he has the honor and the burden of impressing you with a wonderful joke. And I will tell you, he's got a whole army of dad jokes. So before we get started, I do want to make a couple of clarifications as to what we're presenting to you today. So our preclinical and clinical funding programs have population impact criteria, and they have sections in the proposal that address that. What that's meant to do is address how the development of those therapies and the testing of those therapies in that particular project plan are being developed for those patient populations that are most affected by those therapies. So that is the project plan focus there. This particular focus right now with access and affordability is a much broader intent. And here's a strategic question posed to every project saying, how are you planning if this project, this therapy were to be approved by the FDA? How is this going to be accessible and affordable to the target patient population? So in that respect, how are eligible patients going to access this therapy? and how is it going to be affordable to the healthcare system? And that is the planning component that's being put into place with these projects. So a little bit of a context here. So I'll provide some context to what we're doing and why, what's been our process, and then updates from the AAWG meeting in April, and a wrap up of what we've been doing since then. So I'm going to come back to this slide. I'm going to start with this one first, which you've seen several times today. So as you know, when the board approved the strategic allocation framework, the SAF, in last September, there were a set of impact goals that came with that. And one of those goals, goals 5 here, was to ensure that every BLA-ready program has a strategy for access and affordability of the therapy that it is developing. And so that particular goal is what encompasses today's presentation. And why was that goal put in place? And that goal was put in place because when Prop 14 was approved by the voters, it recognized that disruptive cell and gene therapy technologies, while they have the potential to have transformative patient impact, like you heard about today, they also pose specific and unique challenges to the healthcare system on how to deliver those therapies in an accessible and affordable manner. And so Prop 14 stipulated that to ensure the therapies developed with public funds are accessible and affordable for all Californians, particularly underserved populations. And it's our responsibility to make that a reality and to implement that. And that's why with leadership from board member Gonzalez Bonneville, you can have an honorary doctorate. Yes. And the Access and Affordability Working Group, we've been working since last August on implementation of such a program plan here. So back in August of 2024, when the SAF goals were being presented to the AAWG, they agreed with us that there needs to be a focus that all BLA-ready programs have a strategy for this. And they wanted us to operationalize this both at the programmatic and project levels. And there was broad agreement that any access strategy must align with the stage of development. And what that means is for a preclinical program, what they'd be focusing on is understanding the market landscape, the treatment landscape, and how they're going to actually address those needs of the patient population. And that would inform the clinical development. And as you're going through clinical development, you may be thinking about the economic evidence that you might need, maybe engaging with payers, maybe thinking about the supply chain. How is all this going to come together to make this therapy accessible and affordable for the patient population? And so that is the stage appropriate nature of that, where they're starting off initially with just understanding the landscape. But as they get closer to BLA, they need to have a plan in place of how this therapy is going to be rolled out. There also needs to be, from the AAWG, their recommendation was consistent expectations and clear guidelines across CIRM funding stages. And that was a lot of what we worked on since then. So in April 2025, after the board had approved both the PDEV and the CLIN2 programs in March, we brought a toolkit and guidance documents for review by the AAWG and sought their feedback on that. And that feedback was incorporated into a lot of what Joe is going to be talking about later on. He's got all the detailed slides. So just to tee up where we're at, a lot of the questions that were posed to the AAWG back in August as well as in April were focused on both conceptual as well as practical elements. So what are stage appropriate activities that should be required and when? How can CIRM leverage its infrastructure investments to incentivize planning early while ensuring feasibility and proportionality? And lastly, what mechanisms and metrics are needed to track and support execution of A&A strategies? And all this is going to be Joe's responsibility to tell you in the next few slides. So I'm just going to go through the definitions. So when we say accessibility, what we mean is that the ability of individuals to obtain and use healthcare services, information, and resources. Can they actually access that drug? Can they go to the treatment center where it's being provided? Affordability is an individual's ability to afford treatment, testing, and other healthcare costs. And what's inherent to this is there insurance coverage? Is the healthcare system able to afford that particular therapy for that particular patient at that particular time? And the terms on the right, commercialization and market access, are two parts of one whole, which is how is the therapy developer planning to bring this product to market after FDA approval, and how is it going to line up the various different things that it needs to account for, like operational, compliance, regulatory, policy. How is it going to navigate all those pathways to make sure that the right patients receive the right treatments at the right time? So the toolkit itself, we had to make sure that we had experts on hand to help us develop this. And so we had spoken to a number of different consultants who have worked with the major cell and gene therapy companies. They've been involved in the development as well as commercialization of the approved cell and gene therapies. And of those, we selected Blue Ridge to work with us. So with Blue Ridge, we developed a checklist of what are critical activities across things like health, economics, and operations research, market access, clinical planning, and so on. And of those, which subset are specific to access and affordability? And that checklist will be described by Joe in a few slides. And how do we allow our PDEV and CDEV funding mechanisms to account for these checklist items? On top of that, we had to have an evaluation rubric. If we were going to include this in the application as requirements for applicants to describe their progress to date, the grants working group, as well as CIRM, would need to know how to evaluate their progress. So that part is also going to be described by Joe. And lastly, to have guidance documents to inform not only the applicants and awardees, but also the reviewers and CIRM on appropriate expectations for these requirements. So with that long intro, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Gold for the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for setting me up with unrealistic expectations. So let's talk about how we're actually envisioning this, because it is certainly important. And as you can easily see here, when we spoke to Blue Ridge, they came up with 20 activities that were related to commercialization overall. But within those 20, as Sean mentioned, there are 10 that really have to do with access and affordability. And that's what we're going to really zero in on for the rest of the talk. So that completely unreadable slide becomes only the slightly less readable slide. And the colors you can see here, the important ones are, I called it dark red. Rosa said I should call it dark terracotta. Okay, so the dark red and pink, whatever, those refer to the activities which either have a direct impact on access and affordability or are likely to have an impact based on our conversations with Blue Ridge and other consultants. So this is the checklist that Sean talked about, and we are providing this to our applicants. And the idea here is these various activities are listed as when they need to be accomplished. And in some cases, we were requiring applicants to bring them in as part of the application process, particularly the later stages. But in other cases, these are activities which we expect to be developed as milestones throughout the course of the award. And we're not trying to scare people here. We're not trying to scare people away. We're trying to get people to put some thought into this. And our goal is really to elevate the applicants in this regard. So it's really meant to be an educational tool for them too. So you can see the different activities, they're more and more loaded towards the back. By the time you're applying for a phase 3 grant, we really expect you to have almost all these activities in place. Now, when it comes to the PDEV program, which Sean runs, there are fewer requirements for this because they're a much earlier stage. In fact, there's really only 2 activities which we think are pretty key here, and they will be developed during the course of the application. And in this case, the plans that are put forth by the applicants are going to be part of what the GWG reviews, and they'll give feedback on that, and that'll help inform their score. When it comes to the clinical group, which I head up, and the CLIN2 grants, as you can imagine, there are more activities we require because we are later stage. And it's all based on that checklist which I showed, so applicants will know exactly what we expect and what we don't need them to bring in yet. Part of the initial review of the application will be for the team to just make sure they've actually addressed these activities. We're not assessing them in a qualitative fashion. We're just saying, look, did you actually address these things? And if they haven't, then that application is incomplete and won't proceed. But if it is measured to be complete, then it has the possibility of going for full review. Now, in this case, we are not experts in this, and we recognize this, which is why, as Sean mentioned, we consulted a lot of different consultants, and we have recruited a group of expert specialist reviewers who are going to look at these proposals and score them, the individual activities, the stage-specific appropriate activities. So we don't expect the people coming in for a phase 1 clinical trial to have everything done, and these reviewers won't be gauging them based on that either. They'll only be measuring what we ask them to provide. And the idea is that these reviewers, these specialist reviewers, will provide us a score which will be provided to the GWG and help inform the decision, and also, of course, help inform the CIRM team's decision too. But I think very importantly, the score which is provided and the comments they provide, we're going to feed back to the applicants, because again, we want them to learn from this. We only want this to get better, because that's how we're going to get these out to more people. And there's another formula. Rosa showed hers. I'll show this one. This is the spreadsheet, the scoring rubric, which Blue Ridge came up with. And really, it's designed to allow them to provide a numerical score for an individual activity, which takes into account several things. How important is it to that stage of development? How far along in completion are they on that task, and how well are they completing it? So becomes an actually numerical score, and they'll be provided an individual score and also a score for the entire application. But again, there are going to be written comments for feedback, which will go back to the applicants that'll really help them, we hope. And when it comes to the award management, then the awardees will be reporting on these activities during the course of the award. And some of them will be incorporated into milestones, and their ability to complete or not complete these milestones will be important as we decide whether or not to release the next tranche of funding. And importantly, we're going to have the awardee submit a final plan describing their strategic plan moving forward to accomplish all these for the life cycle of their product. And as Sean mentioned, we presented the outlines of this to the AWG on April 30th, and we got some good feedback from them. And first of all, they said, this is complicated, recognize this is complicated, make sure you are providing the appropriate resources to your applicants, and tap into people who know what they're talking about for this. And we've taken all this into account, pardon me. And so we certainly made sure that the program announcements, we announced exactly what is going to be required for the access and affordability activities. We provided them with this checklist that I showed you before, so they'll know what to provide and when. We did provide a guidance document that details each one of these activities and talks about how they could potentially accomplish them too. So we're hoping that's going to help them. And as I mentioned, and Sean alluded to also, we do have a wide range of consultants involved in this. And our goal is that for each application, we want to have at least 2 expert reviewers to look at it, and we can take their scores into account there. And we want a big enough pool of specialist reviewers so there won't be questions of conflict of interest for these. So I guess really to tie this all together, our goal here, of course, is to make these things accessible and affordable for California patients. And I think the best way I can end this is to invoke Linda's metaphor. And we want Californians to live long and prosper. And so with that, happy to take any questions.
Yeah. Let's be attractive. Go ahead, you first.
Sorry. I think you alluded to this towards the end, but I just wanted to clarify the reviewers in this area, are they consultants, like part of a service, or is it structured more like our scientific reviewers where they're experts who are brought in sort of as needed with each round of review?
It is the latter, but we're paying them, of course, these consultants, and the score is kept separate from the GWG score. It will be provided to them, but we don't expect the GWG members to be able to assess these activities. They're very complicated. It's not what they're trained to do, which is why we have these specialist reviewers.
Maria?
I first want to thank the team. There's a lot of work that went into this. It's only going to make this, make our applications better, and our awards have a better chance of succeeding and getting to BLA. So I really appreciate all the hard work that went into that. And as the people of California, I'm sure will benefit from this greatly. I have a quick question. I noticed there was an asterisk that said, CIRM may use the composite score to make funding decisions. So is that something that you anticipate if it scores poorly on the access and affordability plans, it would be something that the internal team would use to make a recommendation to the ARS about whether or not something should be funded at that moment? Or is that something that if it gets a certain score, it just won't move forward? Like, have we thought how that will be adjudicated yet?
I think this is a very important question. We've been wrestling with the best way of doing this, because as I've said, we want this to help the applicants because we only benefit from that. So truthfully, I think if we take a step back, an application which has very, very flawed science can't go anywhere. An application that is strong science and, a shaky access and affordability plan, there are known ways of fixing that. We can recommend people to them, we can bring in consultants to help them this. So my hope would be that the GWG makes their recommendation based on the science, looks at the access and affordability and says, probably needs some more work. And as long as we think that it's not irrevocably flawed, we would want it to proceed.
Great, because that is something you could address in operational milestones, so that there is a way of mitigating for that. So thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Yes, go.
So it's contextual. It will depend on which phases. So if you are at the preclinical development, that score is more has more amenability through the course of the milestones and the management of the program to really make it accessible and tackle those issues. At the clinical development level, depending which phase you are, that might not be possible so much. So that score, we are planning to come as a team more in a programmatic way to the ARS to make certain recommendations of what the team, after the grants working group review, what the team is actually recommending based on other information, right? So there will be a more programmatic component from the programs team, and that will take into account the accessibility, affordability.
Thank you, Rosa. Joyce?
Thank you. This is amazing work, Joe. So congratulations to you and your team for fleshing out this process. I can see how you can use the CIRM lever to essentially incentivize people to think about affordability and accessibility from the get-go. I'm having a hard time imagining what the levers would be once things get to the commercialization marketing phase in terms of controlling cost, making things affordable. Maybe I'm not seeing them. Can you sort of spell out what those levers might be?
Sure. Well, once the funding is entirely released, the only authority we have here is moral suasion, which is not the world's most powerful force a lot of the time. I think we want to keep in mind that the access and affordability activities, as we said, they're a subset of commercialization activities. And so we're also going to be helping them hopefully get to a more sustainable place for the therapy, in which case access and affordability only becomes more important there. So the idea is just to provide a lot of feedback and make a lot of resources available to them. But can we mandate it after a certain point? I don't think we can. We just have to hope that the lesson has been absorbed, and it should be self-evident that serving the people of California is the ultimate goal of this.
Just add a little bit more to that. So you're absolutely right in terms of the technology and the indication and whatnot. So if they're at the preclinical stage, they would have more control over how that therapy is developed, so that it's, as Joe mentioned earlier, an in vivo gene therapy obviously is going to have more accessibility and affordability implications than an ex vivo gene therapy. The cells will be taken out and treated. If you're able to do it in an office setting as opposed to an inpatient setting, that might be different as well. So those things do come into play. I think what I interpret your question as saying is that how much can they actually change if they're a phase 3 trial in terms of access and affordability implications? I think in that instance, what we're looking at is that almost every single approved cell and gene therapy has had launch problems where the limited number of treatment sites, the reimbursement mechanisms, all that has taken a long time for those therapies to be available to the patients that need them. And so in that instance, if they're planning for those activities on how they're going to address treatment sites, how they're going to address making sure that there's appropriate coding for reimbursement, have they engaged payers, all those things that a big pharma company would be routinely doing for their drug product. If they're doing those things and planning for those appropriately during these phases, we think that when they are getting approval, and in these instances, they tend to get approval with relatively quick clinical trials, that they're positioned in a way to be able to roll that product out really quickly to patients who need them.
Yes, Pat. So what do you imagine the staffing would be like for an investigator team? Like who's going to do this? Like, you thought about who's going to be on the team that's going to be this? Like, it's not going to be the principal investigator. It's not going to be the CRCs, right?
Sure.
So yeah,
Again, it is a very specialized activity. And in fact, we're doing a lot of consultations now for groups who are coming in asking, how would we address this? And this, we can't mandate how they do it, obviously, but the simple answer we've been giving is these are complicated. You will probably need consultants for this. And we've actually provided a list of consultants, some of whom we work with, some of whom we have not, but saying these are people in the field who may be able to help you with this. And we said budget for this. And it is an allowable expense in the grant to budget for these consultants.
So consultants who have
That I think is the
experience in this.
simplest answer.
Okay. That'll be, I'm just thinking how that would work if they're, how embedded they are in the project, but that's another detail, but okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just
Yeah.
have a general question. What's our involvement with California Medicaid program as a entity? Do we have a representative? Do we work with them?
We've about a year ago, we met with them sort of periodically and then on a monthly basis. Just to understand, it was primarily around the CMMI pilot program with sickle cell, just to understand how they were going to approach the value-based contracting, the templates, and also how it was going to work through their system. So we've established a relationship with them, and it's ongoing.
Any other comment in the room or online from board members? No. Thank you very much, Joe and Sean. Okay, we are at that point in the agenda where I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public who would like to comment on any of the preceding agenda items or on any item that was not on, or any issue that was not on today's agenda. I'm being told there's no hands are raised, no phone calls are coming in. Good. Okay. Thank you. Well, we've come to the end of this really wonderful meeting today, and I want to thank you all for your attendance. We are going to reconvene after we adjourn on Thursday, September 25th in Los Angeles, California at the Marriott at LAX. Okay, so this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.